Hello. Look at that. That was a very dramatic and swift transition today. I'm on it. I know what I'm doing, I swear. Hi everybody. How are you doing? Hello. Potter. Hi. Not seen the redeem before. Yes, we have a new lab safety register redeem. Which, speaking of which, thank you for the redeem. Cezak, Potter, Woodsticks, and Bob the Builders. Thank you all. Welcome in. Yeah, we might do something with it one day. For now, it's just like a, hey, I'm here. You know, like, hey, I'm alive. I exist. I wish to be perceived. But maybe I don't want to talk. I don't know. It's up to you. It's up to you how you use it. It's just a way of, you know, getting me to acknowledge you. But yes, it is there. It is there. Because sometimes I miss messages. Like when people drop in, sometimes I miss them because I'm not paying very good attention. So that's what that's there for. But yes, hello Potter, hello Orishiro, hello Cezak, hello Woodsticks, hello Astro, and hello Bob the Buildist, and hello Necknil. Is it Necknil or Nesnil? Please tell me. Or Nets. Ooh, there's too many pronunciations, and I don't know which one is correct. I'm assuming Necknil, but please apologize. Not apologize. No, I apologize if I am wrong. Goodness gracious, this is going really well. I had a meeting today, and it's used up all of my social power, and now I'm gonna struggle to talk. So please, bear with me. Necknil, cool, perfect. Thank you. Okay. Yes, I am streaming a bit earlier today. EU friendly indeed. Not like I'm based in Europe or anything. I just have a weird sleep schedule. Oh, the joys of being a scientist. We get the freedom to dictate our own sleep schedule, even if that means 5 hours a night. No, I do actually sleep properly, I swear. I'm like 6.5 normally, which I think is normal. Well, I know that they say you're meant to get like 8 hours of sleep a night, but my personal hypothesis is that sleep requirement is actually on a normal distribution, and the whole thing about everybody needs to get 8 hours of sleep is just wrong, because when I get 8 hours of sleep, it's too much. My ideal is between like 7 and 7.5. If I get that, I'm very, very happy, but I'm also completely fine on 6.5, and that's normally what I get during the week, and I function completely fine. So I personally think that it's on a normal distribution and we're being lied to. Yes. Your lab's out of power and the estimated fix is 3 weeks. No! Oh, I'm sorry. I hope it gets fixed faster than that. That's not ideal. That's not ideal. I hope you can still do the science as well, even without power. Although, if you're doing any kind of like, you know, actual thing that requires equipment, which I can't relate to, then I imagine that would mean you can't. I hope it gets fixed quickly. Oh no. Oh, that's so bad. I have a game suggestion. You can play Darkest Dungeon. It has stress management. I'll consider it. I've got like a massive list of games that I want to play already, and I just haven't got around to it yet. Oh gosh, things are being loud. Ah! Wait, let me turn that off. My bad. I swear, like the one thing that I always forget to do is put my phone on like mute every time. I've got like an entire checklist of stuff that I have to. That was loud. Okay. What was I saying? It's gone. It's just been X-Files away. My thoughts have gone up into the UFO. Okay. Hello, Zakia. Hello, Fi. Hi. Fighting back against Big Sleep. Genuinely, yes, actually. That's actually my opinion. Like, it makes so much more sense for it to be on a normal distribution. Pretty much everything's on a normal distribution unless it's quantum. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, a quanta, sorry. Yeah, right? And this is why I'm like, I don't know. It just doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. Even the circadian rhythms are on a normal distribution. So, and it's not even, I think if I remember correctly, it's not even centered around 24 hours. That's the funniest thing. It's like 25 or something. So like there are some people that go beyond that. There's actually a disorder, something along the lines of that, where you have like a circadian rhythm that's like significantly out of whack with the 24-hour cycle, and it means that it causes you problems in like work and society and stuff and relationships, and then it can be problematic. Yeah. There's probably something important behind that, but I don't know. I don't know. I get 4 to 6 hours of sleep with the baby. It's not a straight sleep. Like, I can imagine. I don't know how you do that. I would actually just explode. Like, I'm okay. I can cope with like 6 hours of sleep uninterrupted. But like, if my sleep gets interrupted, it just does something to me. I become feral. I can't cope. Makes me very angry. Been sleeping poorly and I got 6 hours and I'm exhausted. No, I'm sorry. I wish I could provide you recommendations for sleep hygiene, but I can't because I'm not that kind of psychologist. I mean, I could. I could be like, this is the evidence base and you should probably do this. I know that there's some stuff that's very well established in the empirical literature, so I can say that, which is basically have a routine before bed and then also blue light avoid. Just don't use anything that creates blue light. It's not good for your circadian rhythms. But aside from that, I'm not allowed to say anything because I will get my not my license, but like my professional body will be like, wow, you're the wrong kind of psychologist. And then they will get annoyed at me. And also it's not ethical. That's probably also something I should mention actually. So yeah, that's the limit of the of what I can say about that. Hi Sylphie, Ohio, good morning. Why specifically in Ohio, good morning? Doesn't that... Okay, are we talking like Zuma, Ohio, or are we talking Ohio, Ohio? That's the real question. Now I need to know. We have deadlines coming up and one of our major sponsors was supposed to come soon. Oh no. Oh no. You can do it. I believe in you. I believe in you. You can fix this. You can fix it. Or they can fix it. The energy people can fix it. Oh gosh. I hope they do it faster than that. I'm sorry. This sounds like the consequences of the Industrial Revolution. So true. So true. Although actually, to be fair, I suppose it's also the consequence of like gravity, you know? Imagine having a 25-hour circadian rhythm. I think mine might be slightly below 24 hours because like I said, like, actually no. Saying that, no, I take it back. When I don't have anything constraining me, my sleep schedule gets progressively worse in the sense of like I go to bed progressively later. Normally it's like 1 hour later, so I must have a 25-hour cycle. I will attest to this. Over Christmas, sometimes I was going to bed after him. me and Husmod would be like, it's 8 a.m. in Ireland. Time to go to bed. It was really something. It was really something. It was terrible. Martian rhythm. Oh my gosh, can you imagine? Thank you for the follow, Chica. Welcome in. Welcome in. You are now a participant. You're in the participant pool. You may be required to take part in research. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready to be investigated. Imagine Power World VTuber offering sleep. Don't call me out like that. Don't call me out like that. Don't call me out like that. That's not needed. That kind of behavior is not needed. If I remember correctly, people naturally sleep for a few hours around sundown and then are up for a few hours in the middle of the night and then sleep until dawn. That's very interesting. I can't remember reading anything like that. I have read a lot of things suggesting that people's sleep-wake cycle, like the median sleep-wake cycle is slightly beyond 24 hours. So if you leave people alone to do their thing, then it will just slowly extend, which is very interesting. Is circadian rhythm name based on the insect? I think the cicada insect is based on the word circadian because it basically means like cyclical. And obviously cicadas have like a cyclical reproduction cycle. So that's probably why. That's probably why. Yeah. Understood the blue light stuff keeping you awake is a myth. I'm not sure though. I mean, I think it is light in general though. Because it's like any kind of light. Basically, like, I don't know the specifics of it. But it does something, I believe. I might be spreading misinformation on the internet, actually. I'm going to stop myself. So, but my understanding of it is that light, any kind of bright light. So yeah, the blue light thing specifically could well be a myth. I don't know. I haven't kept up with the literature. But any kind of bright light specifically, like if you have your phone or like a tablet or a desktop screen or something like really, really bright, then that does disrupt it. Because your brain kind of like misregisters the time of day basically. So like if you sit there in a brightly lit room with a brightly lit like screen in front of you and stuff, and it's like 2 a.m, That's problematic. But that, again, that's my understanding of it, and I'm not a neuroscientist, so please take that with a pinch of salt. Yes, 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 yes. Ah, the natural one is bifurcated. Interesting, interesting. Very interesting. Ohio gozaimasu equals Ohio good morning because I am all the way cooked. Oh no. You're on the recommendation sidebar. Nice. Welcome in. I'm glad that you found me. Hi. Nice V-Roid. Thank you. I made it myself. It was my first ever V-Roid. Well, my second ever V-Roid model. I had no idea what I'm doing. I still don't know. But I think I've worked out what I need to change. And I don't know. I've been paying attention to other people's V-Roid models and then also other people's like 3D models generally. And I think I've worked out what is not wrong with it, but like what could be improved. Like I'm thinking probably a lot of the outlining could be improved. I'm thinking some of the textures could be improved. I'm thinking some of the layering could be improved. So yeah, that will probably happen at some point. I don't know when, whenever I get time. Enable the blue light filter on Android. Yeah, this is very true. I do actually have the night mode thing on, but like I have it on pretty much permanently because the blue light hurts my eyes. Hi, Rainwater, how are you doing? Oh my gosh, it's been a while. My baby still hasn't found his circadian rhythm still. I can imagine. Rainwater, are you back to streaming yet? Let me give you a shout out. Wait. I'm like doing this myself today. Husmod's at work. So you're all gonna have to be very well behaved, and you're also gonna have to give me a minute because I'm gonna be slow because normally he does them. There we go. We got there eventually. if you like Rocket League, go check out Rainwater. She's also another scientist. We love scientists streaming on Twitch. Amazing stuff. But yeah, how is the little one doing? And also, how are you doing? That's also a very good question. How are you doing? That must be tiring. I can't imagine. On and off, it's hard with a newborn, but hopefully more consistent soon. Yeah, I can imagine. It's difficult. Like I find it difficult around like, work. So I can't even imagine. Goodness gracious. I don't know how you do it. You and Nora Shira, how do you do it? Ugh. I suffer just thinking about it. You're too powerful. Hi, Robert Brown, and also hi, Caleb. How are you both doing? I hope you're good. Brightness will keep you awake. This is true. I thought so. Okay. Yes. Yeah, because if I remember correctly, there's something about light that triggers some kind of reaction around your circadian rhythm. So I think it stimulates the production of a certain hormone. Can't remember which one. But yeah, if you then, oh gosh, hello.
You make us gifted a tier 1 sub to Octan.
Thank you, Yumichi-san. What the heck? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. That's very kind of you. Oh, now we have to listen to the demonic ara. Okay. Thank you so much, and hello to all of the new lab assistants. Welcome in. That's really distracting, isn't it? I'm so sorry. I need to turn that off for multiple things. Yeah, we'll get there eventually.
You make us gifted a tier 1 sub to Ligament.
Oh my gosh. But I'm like getting ready to talk again, and then it's like ara again, and I'm like, okay. Oh no. And this is like trade as well, thank you. Don't do graveyard shift unless they pay a bit for health insurance. Yeah, because doing like shift work is, yes, very bad. Not good for your circadian rhythms. It's fine if it's like consistent. That's my understanding, is that like if you're working the same night shift over and over and over again, then your circadian rhythm adjusts to the time of day that you're working. So, I mean, there are things that you can do to make it better for you still. But if it's like a moving shift, like you do a few days like during the day and then you do a few days like overnight and then you do a few days really, really early morning type of thing, that's not good for you. That's not good for you. Yeah. I love consistent schedules. Yeah. I'm a bit weird because like I do like consistent schedules, but I think I prefer my own consistent schedule, if that makes sense. When one's imposed upon me, I get quite stressed. I don't know. Still haven't recovered mentally from night shift. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I'm not surprised. Yeah, I've never done it, and I don't think I'd be. Well, actually, I'd probably would be fine if it was the same shift every day. But in all honesty, I have become far too used to working from home because obviously, you know, doing internet-based psychology research is very, very easy to just work from home, and I'm now lazy, so that's not great. Leaving the house sounds threatening. I worked nights in the lab for 2 years, felt like a zombie for 2 years. It sucked. Oh no. I wonder if there's also some people that have like a circadian rhythm that's more naturally adapted for night shifts as well though. Cause like, honestly, there was periods during my like masters and undergrad, also honestly during my PhD, let's be honest, where I was pretty much doing a night shift, but like by choice, because I just work better that way. Like I work most productively when it is dark outside, and I don't know why. So I feel like even if I was going out and doing a night shift, I'd be fine. I don't know. It's very strange. They can be fun with the right people. Yeah. I guess that would probably be a big part of it, wouldn't it? It's just like how interesting people make it. So you don't fall asleep, goodness. I'll be interviewing for another spot in a week that has 24/7 coverage, so they might want night shifts. Also, yeah, no, I can see that. Yeah. Some of them are interesting though, right? Because like with some like software engineer positions and stuff like that, so you sometimes need to do on-call coverage, and that's kind of weird because like if you're like if it's the kind of on-call job, like 24/7 job where you do a normal 9 to 5 and then they might call you in the evening if like overnight if something goes wrong, that's probably fine because like you're not guaranteed to have your circadian rhythm disrupted, right? Whereas if it's one where it's like you're rotating around, that's not good. Not good. I read a research article on people working nights and how it impacts your long-term health, like super increased number in developing cancer and other illnesses and disorders. Yeah, I've read that too, especially around like cardiovascular risk. And I wonder if that's because like if you're doing a night shift, then you like it's harder to go to the gym because I don't know if this is the same everywhere, but here in Ireland, the gyms tend to be open at like 6 a.m. and then they'll shut at like, I don't know, maybe like 8 p.m. So if you like, apart from like ones in city centers, sometimes they stay open until 10. But like if you're not immediately in a city center, then it's basically impossible to like go to the gym. So I wonder if it's like the knock-on impacts that it has. I imagine like probably there'd be a fair bit of relying on convenience food or frozen food as well. Cause like, yeah, it's probably also quite hard to go grocery shopping and stuff depending on where you are. Very interesting. Interesting stuff. Oh, thank you for the hype train. Thank you for the level 2 hype train. Thank you. Yes. Why does it keep saying nan%? It must be a bug. This keeps happening. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. Accessing uni subscriptions from home is pretty neat too because it's quieter at night. Yeah, I can imagine. I've never had to do anything like I've never had to do anything involving infrastructure where I would need to what's the word? Like run something and have it when it's quieter. But I know people that have like done stuff on university clusters and stuff like that, and they always said it was the same thing. Like they would either work at night on it so that there was less people using it, or they would leave it to run overnight if it was a big thing. Wow, nan%. I know. Pretty sure it's decreased numbers in skin cancer since there's no sunlight. Yeah. That's gonna be me. Because of the working from home too much. To be fair, I do wonder because like, okay, after the stream, I'm probably gonna go away and have a little look at like skin cancer demographics and breakdowns and stuff. Prevalence rates, that's the word. Prevalence rates in Ireland, because I do wonder because we don't get much sunlight. But on the flip side, everybody's really pale, so and has a lot of freckles. Interesting. Except I've got the double whammy of living in Ireland and also never leaving the house. So, yeah, I guess I'm fine. Oh no. I recently realized my uni library is 24/7 and considered showing up at 2 a.m. to do some printing, but I decided to just wait. Look, I did that. I did that all the time when I was an undergrad. It was the best time to be there, was in the evening, overnight, when nobody was there. Because like it was so quiet. And like it wasn't, people weren't perceiving me. So I would go. It was very nice. 10 out of 10, you know? And if you're just in the position where you need to like get out of the house and do something, but it's like 2 a.m. and you don't really want to leave campus because you're not entirely sure how safe it is, you know, good option. Just saying. Just get your vitamin D tested. Absolutely. Absolutely. I take supplements. It's actually recommended here to take supplements like throughout the whole of, I think it's like October through to, or maybe September through to April or something like that. Yeah. Here in Texas, skin cancer is very common. I can imagine. I can imagine. I feel like what I've seen from Texas is it literally has the opposite climate to Ireland. Here it's like, we're lucky if we get 20 hours of sunlight during winter per month. Oh no. Oh dear. I feel like I've heard that UV light still comes through if it's cloudy. Yeah, no, it absolutely does. It does. And it also comes through windows. For some reason, people seem to think that it just doesn't get through windows. And they're like, well, I'm entirely indoors and I never see the sunlight, so therefore I'm fine. But no, if you have the curtains open, you're still technically at risk. You're just at a reduced risk because you're probably not in direct sunlight. But like if you're like sat next to a window all day, like in the sun, with the sun coming through the window, unless you've got a UV protection layer, then yeah, you're still at risk. Hi Bobo, how are you doing? Another parallel between you and the angry Korean woman TM vitamin D treatments. I mean, I don't take a full-on treatment. It's just I take supplements, you know? I just take supplements because Ireland. Yeah. We don't believe in sunlight here, you know? We don't believe in that. You need to have expensive filters for the windows. Yeah, see, if I lived somewhere sunny, I would probably invest in that because I feel like it is worth it. In winter, I get about 4 hours of sunlight if the sky is clear. That is intense. That is intense. Goodness gracious. I'm trying to think how much. I think the northern bits of Ireland get. Wait, I can do some maths. Probably about 6. And then the southern parts probably cap out at 8 in the winter. Actually, no, even that's too much of a difference. Probably 7. Between 6 and 7, depending on where you are in Ireland. Yeah. And even that's a bit depressing. But then, like, the thing is that in the winter, the sky is pretty much permanently overcast. Like, that's the reason why we don't get a lot of sunlight hours, is because, like, pretty much everywhere on the island is just constant cloud throughout the whole of winter. And also large chunks of spring and autumn. Where? Where? I've literally sunburned while driving here in Texas. That's wild. No, that's wild. Doesn't most normal glass filter UV rays pretty well? I thought it depends on the type of glass, but I was also under the impression that it just refracts it, but I might be wrong. I don't know, I might be wrong. I'm probably wrong. I'm not a physicist. I'm just saying. Just glanced outside and yep, overcast like every day. Yeah. Yeah. It do be like that. So sad. Oh dear. I have some land that hides behind a 200-meter tall hill, and on the winter solstice, there's only 3 hours of sunshine. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah. It's not quite awful. Not quite that awful even here, but it's pretty bad. It feels pretty bad sometimes. I think also because it takes a long time for like things to start. I don't know. It takes a long time for the weather here to start clearing up as well, so that's often quite tiring. Hi, Rucksack. How are you doing? And hi, Bushy. How are you doing? I hate to ask for favors, but Anela's unwell. In order to embarrass her, and totally because I'm a horrible friend, and totally not because I'm worried for her, can I get a get well for Anela? You certainly can. Anela, get well soon. I hope you recover quickly, and I'm sorry that you're sick. And I'm wishing you lots of good vibes, and please look after yourself, and also have someone look after you if you can. Please recover quickly. We're cheering you on. Yes. I hope that was good enough. I'm not very good at doing these things. Not for general Windows unless they change the regs. Yeah, that was my understanding too. That was my I don't know. I know for a fact that I have been sunburnt through Windows multiple times, and I also know for a fact that I have relatives in a hot and sunny climate, and they have they had to get special filters put on their walls to prevent the UV light. So I don't know. Sealed double windows usually have argon between the glass, and I think that I heard that blocks of a lot of the UV light. That might be it though. That might be it. That might genuinely be it. I don't know. I don't know about the filtration properties of argon between double glazing. That is very much outside of my specialism. Hi, Husband. Hi. Hello, welcome in. I hope you're not being distracted from your work. We're yapping. That's what you've come into. I'm sorry. I'm meant to be working, but we're yapping. But you know, this is the beginning to the work, so this counts, right? It's good enough. It's fine. We'll be doing science in a minute, I swear. I had colleagues stationed in Alaska, and they talked about the day length and the snow tunnels and the canned food. Oh no. No. I'm not gonna lie, actually. I'm not gonna lie. Because I spend so much of my time indoors anyway, I low-key think that I would be quite good if I got deployed to Alaska or Antarctica, but I'm not allowed to be because of my health conditions, which is really sad. But like, I really wanted to go out there and to conduct some research onto how people like interact when they're in a confined space like that, and also how people's like social norms adapt to being around people of different nationalities and stuff. That would have been really fun, but I'm not allowed, so. Wow. Sad times. The Isles are surprisingly mild-weathered and nice. It's just the national character to complain about it anyway. This is very true. The average between downpour and scorching hot is overcast. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, it would be nicer if it wasn't overcast, because like there is also an average between downpour and scorching that is like clear sky. But oh well. Repeated weather fronts coming off the Atlantic. At least it means that we don't get anything too serious most of the time. So, you know, I'm not complaining too much. I'll be certain that Anela will melt in embarrassment, and I will seize the opportunity to steal her cute puppies. They're like tiny potatoes. That's so cute. That's so cute. I want potato puppies. What the heck? Going back to work now. Just wanted to say hi. Thank you, Hasmod. Everybody say thank you, Hasmod. He's not here, but yeah. Give it up for our Hasmod, exactly. My Hasmod, our Hasmod. This is the community's Hasmod. Oh dear. I shouldn't be encouraging this. Enjoy your lurk, Oroshiro. I hope if you're doing stuff, I hope you get stuff done. And thank you for lurking. I know people in Antarctica, people's accents shift and melt together. They do indeed. There's a paper about that I remember was in the news quite a lot, and I really wanted to read it, and I've not got around to it yet. But it's the plan that I'm going to read it at some point. Alert would be neat for research too. Alert? What kind of alert? I'm probably missing something really obvious. Probably the research station's being worried about health. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's obviously important, isn't it? Because you need to be able to withstand some pretty intense what's the word? Conditions? Harsh, that's the word. Harsh conditions. You need to be able to withstand harsh conditions, but also with remote places like Antarctica and probably parts of Alaska, if something happens to you medically, they can't evacuate you super easily. So, yeah, they kind of have to, like, not take anybody that has a medical condition. Yeah. Yeah, which is a shame. But it's fine. I've accepted it. I've accepted it. The northernmost Canadian city. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm gonna look that up. Wait. Wait. Oh, alert. Whoa. Okay. Alert, Canada, in Nunavut. Oh, gosh. That is certainly... I mean, that is... Wait, let me take... Let me save a picture of this. Wait. No. There we go. Okay. There we go. That's... Oh, I'm in... Okay, apparently I'm in Alert Canada now. Okay. I wasn't expecting it to open there. Let's move this. There we go. There's Alert Canada. You know what? Actually, we're just going for it. I'm in Alert Canada now, everybody. I'm conducting some research on why people like to live in remote places and how their social norms adapt. And I don't know what I'm doing. Please help. I wish to be evacuated. The days are only 3 hours long. Please get me out. Okay. I'm sorry. I had to. I couldn't stop myself. Oh no. I was so obnoxious that my own headphones have just disconnected themselves. Excellent. Okay. Okay. What are you doing? Wait, there we go. Okay, I can hear again. Oh dear. Wait, no, I still can't hear. What's going on? Why can't I hear any? Okay. Well, apparently we've got Alert Canada-induced scuff. That's what's happening today, apparently. I don't know what to make of that. Wait, why is my face tracking not working? What? Wait. Oh, why is there suddenly scuff? What's happening? Wait, give me a minute. I'll fix this. I can't hear anything. This is so distracting. Okay. Face frozen from the Canadian cold. Genuinely. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Okay, this is working again. There we go. Okay. Right. So this is working again now. So that's good. I have a face again. My headphones are not reconnecting. So I don't know what's going on with this. Oh dear. Oh, wait. Wait, there's just no music. Why is the music now also stopped? What's going on? Oh no, everything's breaking. Okay, there we go. It's fine. Fixed. Saved. We're fine. Scarf? Never heard of it. Yeah, I did have to manually... I had to like turn them off and on again, basically. Classic IT situation. Ugh. Didn't sign up for this scuff. That was so unfair. It was running too smoothly, so the scuff gods intervened. That's so true. I think my headphones might actually just be breaking. They are quite old, but they've been like just randomly disconnecting so often recently that I've just kind of given up on them. I think it's time to give up. I've just realized you've redeemed Ara, spooky one. Okay. Okay. Thank you for the thank you for the Ara redeem spooky one. What kind of Ara would you like? I need to just add this into the rewards thing actually. Like a text box where you can enter in the type of Ara. What type of Ara would you like? Would you like a I don't know. Let me know what you're thinking. And if I hear nothing from you in a few minutes, then I will just do an I guess. I'm definitely not just gonna stall. Okay. So the days blur, the time shifts. They don't see the sky for large portions of time because they also had to go through tunnels between the buildings. Also, they craved fresh vegetables and salt levels were bad. They tried to install Hydro on the base, but it wasn't successful. What? Because it just froze? Do it like Hulk Hogan? What does that even mean? Ada brother. I don't. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. This is a cultural reference that is legit going over my head because I can picture Hulk Hogan, but I cannot hear Hulk Hogan. Okay, Hulk Hogan. It's all going wrong. It's all going wrong. I'm ruining my reputation as a genuine and serious scientist. Okay. Oh no. I'm gonna have some tea and then yeah. Canada Dairy. Yeah, there is a place in Norway as well, right? It's like, is it Svalbard? Is that the one? That's like really, really far north? I don't know. Vanished to Canada. Oh no. Kermit the Frog? I don't. What? Wait. I don't even know how to do a Kermit the Frog. I don't even know how to do a Kermit the Frog impression. Wait. Let me listen to Kermit the Frog. You really sound like John VTuber went mad. Now I understand that clip. Oh god. Yeah, normally I'm too nice and polite and happy. And then when I get mad, I just descend into John VTuber. I've been told this too. Apparently, I'm also like it in real life. Have I ever? I don't know if how many of you were around when I told this story the first time, but over summer last year, me and Husmod, we went to V Expo, okay, which was like the first VTuber expo in Europe, but it was specifically in Birmingham for some reason. I don't know why, of all places. Like a lot of people, that would have been the first time they'd been to the UK, and their first introduction was Birmingham. I'm so sorry. But basically we went, yes, the Birmingham, yes, exactly. We went to V Expo and I was like stood in a queue with Hosmod and we got talking to some random person, I think that was in front of us. And yeah, I was saying how you Birmingham, I know. What was I saying? I was saying how sometimes on stream people would bully me by saying that I'm Rin Penrose. I'm just like a Rin Penrose AI, or Rin Penrose is a Psydere AI, one of the two. But basically, me and Rin Penrose are the same person. Because at that point, me and Rin Penrose, I believe, had never streamed at the same time. It was always like sequential. So like right as Rin stopped, I would start, or right as I stopped, Rin would start. So you know, the sounding kind of similar and having similar stream times but that never overlap. It got a lot of people thinking, right? So it started this conspiracy theory that I'm secretly Rin Penrose. And then I went to V Expo and I was stood in the queue talking to this random person with Husmod. And I said, oh yeah, sometimes my chat like meme around that I sound like Rin Penrose. And I am not joking when I say this. 3 different people turned around at that moment and went, you do sound like Rin Penrose. And I was like, okay, if you say so, okay. And then later on in the weekend, I found a Rin Penrose cosplayer, and then I was like, hey, can I get a photo with you? Because everyone always bullies me and sounds like I sound like Rin Penrose. And then they were like, yeah, of course. And then they were like, wait, are you Rin Penrose? And I was like, no comment. So yeah, that was a thing. I can confirm I'm not Rin Penrose, by the way. We're different, mostly. The fact that there's so many coincidences between us is a just, you know, it's a statistical anomaly, you know. You two sound the same, stop it. No! Stop it. The accent and when you get emotional and drop the tone. Yeah, I know. You know what? The good thing is though, the best part is that when I'm editing stuff, I've actually managed to gaslight myself into thinking that I'm editing a Rin Penrose VOD. So I don't get the like, ugh, I sound really weird thing anymore, because now I'm just like, oh, it's not me, it's Rin Penrose. You do sound similar, but not identical. Yeah, I think my voice is like a little bit more higher pitched. And we do also have a slightly different accent, which you can probably hear more if you're from like the UK. It's probably more obvious to British people. Yeah. What am I doing? Let's see. I don't know enough about UK accents to tell them apart super well. That's fair. Most people probably couldn't. But we do have quite distinct differences. But I don't want to say what the differences are because then, like, probably both me and Rin are very, very doxable to very specific regions of the UK, which wouldn't be ideal, you know? Like, because, like, Britain has very strong regional accents and, like, there's not, in the grand scheme of things, there's not really that much population that falls within those regions. So you could probably work out where somebody is fairly easily just by like putting together their accent and then like the biggest cities in their area and just kind of, you know, triangulating. So not ideal, but you know, that doesn't apply to me because I've got a weird mishmash accent. My accent's from all over the place. I could distinguish them next to each other, but with no reference, it would be quite difficult. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Because there was one point where I was like, I'm going to edit like a clip of me saying the same thing as Rin Penrose and then be like, no, see, look, we're different. And then it was too similar. So it kind of like falsified my theory. So that wasn't great. Not ideal. We have different laughs though. That's like the defining thing. That's like the statistical proof, okay? Our laughs are significantly different. Hi Lankuri, hello. Guess who just woke up? Is it you? Birmingham's trying so hard to brand itself as a cultural capital. Never gonna happen. It's interesting, isn't it? Because there's some things about Birmingham that are legit pretty cool, but then like there's so much about it that isn't. And like if you're gonna go with cultural capital, like okay, aside from London, let's just ignore London, okay? Why would if the choice was between like say for example, I don't know, Birmingham and Manchester, or Birmingham and Edinburgh, or Birmingham and Glasgow. Let's just say that, for example. Why would you ever choose Birmingham? It just loses on every count. Birmingham and Bristol, it loses. Like, there's no... there's no competition. It's so bad. Tism picking up speech mannerisms is fun. Watch enough Rin Penrose and you'll sound similar. This is the thing. I purposely don't watch much Rin Penrose because I fear that we would merge into one. You know, I feel like we would quantum connect in a way that would be too threatening. So yeah, I actually don't. I purposely avoid Rin's streams. In actuality, Rin has more like anime boy protagonist voice. Yeah. Whereas I think my voice is, I don't know, actually. I don't know what mine is. I think there's like some kind of bass register on Rin's voice that is a little bit deeper than mine, perhaps. Just slightly, though. But enough for it to be noticeably different. That's what I think. Quantum tunneling VTubers. Exactly. Should be one octave down as a singer. Yeah, exactly. Yes. I don't know. I don't even know what my voice is. I don't know how to... I always listen to it and I'm like, I don't actually know how to like describe this. It's a bit weird. It's a bit of a weird voice, but it's fine. Everyone tells me that it's good for VTubing, so that's good. I feel like it's exclusively good for VTubing though. It would be a terrible radio voice. You overlap in speech, but if you guys leaned into it, you both could go either. Yeah, this is the thing. If I try and nail a Rin Penrose, I think I've nailed the Rin Penrose impression pretty well. Like, I think I do it pretty well now, but yeah. Distinctive but not annoying. Perfect for VTubing. Exactly. Although, funnily enough, I used to be really, like, really self-conscious about my voice. I can't even remember why, though. Yeah. When she went full femi and energetic, it was horrifying. That was very funny, though. That was very funny. The Rin Echo, what was it? The idol. That was very funny. I wish I had that degree of acting prowess, but I don't. That's why I just come onto Twitch and talk about science, because I'm terrible at acting, so I just be me instead. Oh, man, now I have to learn more about UK accents. How can I give you like a broad overview? In the southeast, there's a lot of variation. There's like London multicultural. London multicultural English, which is like, I don't know how to describe it. It's London. Like, it's just London. This is really difficult because I now need to try and think of like cultural examples of each accent that people would actually know. What is an example of London multicultural English? I don't know. I got nothing. It's a London flag, innit? Exactly. Oh yeah, have you okay, right. So I just remembered Kermit the Frog. I just remembered. But yeah, London multicultural English. There, and then in the southeast there's also like estuary English, which is like the one that everyone makes fun of. And then there's like a kind of general southern, which is just kind of middle class. And then there's received pronunciation, which is the really, really posh version. So that's like how the Queen used to talk. And then as you move up, there is like East Anglia, which is special. There's also the Southwest, which I find kind of similar to it in a weird way, but yeah. And then as you keep going up, there's like Midlands. But even within the Midlands, there's quite distinct accents. And then you go up and you're in the north of England, and that has like, there's like Yorkshire is a distinct accent. Lancashire and Manchester is a distinct accent. The northeast, so like around Newcastle, like Geordie, that is a distinct accent. And then you go up through Scotland, and then you got all of the Scotland accents, which I don't know as much about, but I know that Glasgow and Edinburgh are very, very, very different. Yeah. And then, oh yeah, and I forgot about Wales. Wales also has like distinct accents because like people from North Wales, I can't tell them apart from North England. But people from South Wales, they have a very, very distinct accent that I can instantly tell apart from anywhere. So I don't know what's going on with that because the ones in North Wales are more likely to speak Welsh. So that's interesting. Dunno. There you go. That's my brief overview of British accents, I guess. So far, every VTuber has mentioned that they have problems with their voice, has very good voices for content. Watching Fruit talk about it was wild. I know, right? I know. I used to when I was younger, though, but I don't anymore. I think the thing that annoys me the most about my talking is not actually my voice, but like my lack of fluency sometimes. Like, I get very easily blocked when I'm talking, or like my thoughts go faster than I can talk, and then I struggle and I just stumble over my words and I feel silly. But I think I'm starting to learn how to play into that for funny. So that's good. It's character development. And also that's what editing is for. So yeah. I could ask one of my senseis to do the whole describing voices since he's an opera singer and a swordmaster and a doctor. Whoa, too powerful. That's too many skills. Save some talent for the rest of us. Goodness gracious. But that would also lead to me admitting how much of a weeb I am. I say just embrace it. I've heard of roadman slang. That's London. Yeah, that would be part of London multicultural English. Yeah. So like drill. Like if you've ever listened to drill, that's the London multicultural English accent. There's so much slang in that one. Like I can't even keep up with London slang anymore, and like I've got like family that are still there, and I listen and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Scouser, yeah, I forgot about Scousers. You're right. That's a fun accent. I like Scouse accents. If I'm uneasy, I'll speak in received pronunciation and then at comfort, a more distinctive regional accent. Yeah. See, this is kind of just how I talk all of the time. I used to kind of do that because like I grew up with a very strong regional accent, and now I've kind of lost it, and now I sound kind of weird and generic. But like not even in a like, oh, I just sound southern. Like there's bits of everything in there, to be honest, apart from Scottish. But not Scottish. But everything else, there's bits of it in there. So like, for example, when I go home, like when I'm talking to people from home, they're like, oh, you sound really Irish now. And I'm like, I really, really don't. And then when I'm talking to people here, they're like, oh, you sound like you're a posh person from England. And I'm like, I literally am not posh. I'm the opposite. Or at least I was growing up. Maybe I am now. Maybe it's too late for me. Oh no. University changed me. So sad. I've noticed while editing voice lines that I have a pace when I talk, like pauses, which I've heard is an autism voice pattern, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I have that too. I have to edit them out of my videos. It's really annoying. And it's like, it's not even in normal places. I'll literally be halfway through a sentence and they'll just be like, I don't know. I yearn for the scientific journal articles. Like, it's just in the middle for no reason. Why? This is the lack of fluency that irritates me. Hi, Nightmind, how are you doing? I hope you're good. Thank you for the hydrate. My tea's getting cold. I've been yapping for an hour. I'm meant to be working. I'm actually literally on work time right now, so I should actually genuinely be working, so we should start reading soon. And hi, Boomer. Hi. I hope you're good. You're working. I hope your work goes quickly. Very tired. I feel you. I feel you. Oh no, I feel you. My family are Scouse. Sometimes I think that they should they could communicate with dolphins. Yeah. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. The thing that's interesting is that since I've lived in Ireland, I can really, really hear the Irish influences on Scouse accents. So that's very cool and interesting. Okay, right. Work or do an ada. I do need to do the ada. Okay, let's listen to Kermit the Frog. I've forgotten what he sounds like. Wait, what am I doing? I'm gonna go over... Can I show Kermit the Frog without getting DMCA'd? I might just have to listen to it on my end. Wait. No, yeah, no, I'll do that. I don't want to get DMCA'd by Sesame Street. That would not be ideal. Oh no. Kermit the Frog. I don't think I've ever even tried to do a Kermit the Frog impression, so this is going to be a learning experience for all of us. Okay. Let's see. Kermit the Frog goes crazy. Okay. Oh, why is the first clip of him and an animal psychiatrist? What? Okay. How am I meant to do that? Wait. Is that just like a clip of him talking normally? Somewhere? This one? I can't do this. No, I can't do this. I can't do this. Sorry, I'm tapping out of the Kermit the Frog. I genuinely just cannot do that. Like, I can't even work out how to constrict my my vocal cords to make that work. You may put in an alternative suggestion, spooky one. Yeah, I think I would need to practice that a bit before even attempting it, because I can't even work out how to make that happen. Hello, Pete Asimo. Hello, welcome in. Can science explain poo-poo pee-pee? Yes. First of all, you ingest the food, and then you digest the food, and then you excrete the food. There you go. Science. Fair enough, streamer's choice, yeah. See, I would do it if I could work out how to do it, though. That's the thing. I didn't say poo-poo pee-pee, I said pee-pee poo-poo. Same thing, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, fine. First of all, you ingest the food, and then you digest the food, and then you excrete the food. And then you ingest the water, and then you digest the water, and then you excrete the water. There you go. We have committed science in this house. Do like a rrr sound in the back of your throat. That'll give you an idea of where the Kermit sound comes from. Okay, I know what sound that you're describing. I can't do that noise. I'm actually I'm physically incapable of doing that noise. So digest water. Just shush. Don't need your negativity. Oh no. Hydrate, thank you, Woodsticks. Thank you. I'll have some water. Thank you. I will indeed ingest water, and then I will apparently digest and excrete the water. Okay. They need his up and down inflection through the sentence. I really don't think I can do it. I can't do it. Trust me, I've tried. I have actually tried. Now I remember I have tried not to do a Kermit impression, but to do another similar impression, and it doesn't work with me. I don't know why. I can't I can't do it. And like, how would you do ara? That just, I don't know. Therefore, completing the PP cycle. Exactly. Okay. Right. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. Boom. Thank you. Yes, I agree. We're gonna do this. Okay. Engaging citizen scientists, designing an open research system for collaborative problem exploration. Okay, abstract. I was trying to think of an ara sentence out of this, but I can't do it. So you know what? We're just gonna do a standard ara. Okay. I'm glad that we all agree. Okay. Wait, let me clear my throat. Ara. How was that? Oh god, I hate it. Okay. You get the link to the paper? I can send you the link. Yes, hang on. Copy link. There we go. Paper. There you go. So here's the thing with this paper. Moving swiftly on. We're not talking about ara ever again. Moving swiftly on. The head shape before two. No, we're moving on now. We're not talking about that anymore. Okay. Hi, Sion. How you doing? I hope you're good. Okay. When you started saying the I thought you were going to start she Chinese poem, which is just a long poem where all the different pronunciations of the syllable she to make a poem. That sounds intense. No, I am horribly monolingual and I can't even hear the tonal differences in any of the Chinese languages, let alone recite a poem. Oh no. Okay, so this is the paper that I'm reading today. I don't think, I'm just going to be upfront. I don't think this is going to be terribly interesting for anyone else apart from me. I'm just scrolling through it for literally no reason. Okay, that was unnecessary. I don't even know what this paper is about. I don't even know if this is the right one that I need to read. We're going to read through the abstract together and work out if I need to read this, okay? So, this paper is Engaging Citizen Scientists, Designing an Open Research System for Collaborative Problem Exploration by Michael Gow and colleagues. Okay, and it was published in... Oh, it's a 2025 paper. Check that out. Okay. I clicked on the stream because of this paper, you know? Okay, I'm glad that there's at least somebody that's interested. I'm glad you're interested, Robert, because, yeah, I don't know for 100% if I actually even need to read this, so let's read the abstract. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be completely upfront with you all. This is a co-working stream in a way because this is mostly just going to be me reading it and talking to myself rather than, like, actively trying to explain stuff. So, like, feel free to just jump in if you want something explained. But really, I just needed the peer pressure to read the paper because it's quite long. It's 16 pages. So I was not going to get round to it. And I thought if I stream, then I will do my best. Thank you for the follow, Gothmogic or Gothmogic. I hope I've said that right. I'm sorry if I didn't. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. You are now a research participant. You might have to take part in my research. I hope you enjoy doing research. Peer pressure, read. Thank you, Lankuri. You know what I need. Prediction time. There's no prediction because I don't know how to do it, and Husmod is not here. So, yeah. No prediction today. We just read. And there's no pressure to finish the paper on stream either, because if I don't, this is like one of those games where like I start it on stream and then I finish it off stream. I've never actually done that because I don't play games in my free time really. Apart from Cookie Clicker. But like I'm just gonna go as far as I can basically until I have to stop streaming. That's the plan. Yeah. Being in the gym now just makes it funny when I think about anyone asking me what I'm listening to. That's valid. You know what? Actually, in a way, this is almost like it's almost like a podcast, but cursed. It's like a live cursed science podcast. That's how I'm going to start advertising it to people who don't know what I'm doing. Because scientists love podcasts. They are obsessed with them. I don't know if this is a psychologist thing specifically or like a metascientist thing specifically, but like scientists that I know are all obsessed with podcasts. So I'm going to start telling them my streams are like podcasts, but live and more scuffed. Yeah. Like Milo's stuff for trying to work with the public. Yeah. I think this could well be kind of similar. Yeah, so designing an open research system for collaborative problem exploration. So for anyone that doesn't know, citizen science is basically this model where you get the public to go out and collect data for you. Or not for you, like they're involved in the process. So like they can suggest, research questions and stuff like that. But basically you get average everyday people to go and collect data. And the idea is that it gets them more involved in science and they can, have some fun and do some volunteering and feel good because they're doing stuff that's cool. But also scientists get more diverse data because average people are a bit more normally distributed than scientists. I don't know how else to put it. Yeah, like for example, if you're like, they might go out and I don't know, they might be doing like ecological data, right? If you're a scientist, you might have like set days where you go out and do field work in set locations, and otherwise you don't really collect much. Whereas if you engage citizen scientists, then in theory you can get people from pretty much anywhere to collect data, and that's very exciting and very cool. So yes, that's the general idea. Also, hi Pippi, welcome in. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in too. I hope you're good. V Theorem podcast. Can you imagine? That'd probably be fun. Peer review, peer pressure. Oh no. Oh no. What if peer review is basically just peer pressure to do better science, except sometimes the norms are skewed? Shaking my SMH. Psydere's podcast has been brought to you by Factor. Streams are probably a bit more off the cuff than podcasts. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I guess it depends. I think it's more that there's different cultures around it, right? So like if you're doing a podcast, then you want to try and stay on topic, ideally. Unless you're doing the type of thing where you're just sat around talking to people like, I don't know, like those chatty ones. I guess that's kind of similar to just like a streaming collab, really. But like even with streaming collabs, sometimes you have like ideas for what you're going to talk about beforehand. Some of them are completely off the cuff. Like when Mylene came onto stream the other day, I had no idea what we were going to talk about. So yeah, that was entirely like unscripted. But like other collabs, like for example, when I collabed with Phi, we had a specific thing that we collabed around, which was a paper. So like we had this paper that we were just intending on discussing. Didn't really happen super well because my internet dropped out for half of the stream. I couldn't join. Yeah. But yeah. One day we're gonna do a new collab that isn't scuffed like that. Imagine a podcast but with zero editing and the other host is an amalgamation of 15 computer scientist autistic goblins. Literally, yes. Exactly. Citizen science is the worst superhero sidekick. It does kind of sound like that, doesn't it? It does kind of sound like that. Read the abstract. I don't know how I feel about this. You know, that whole thing where we let everyone into something and then it becomes radicalized? No, I do not know that thing. But I also haven't read the abstract yet, and I should probably read it. Peer review is probably just formalizing of scientists sending each other letters about problems and their findings. Yeah, it absolutely is. Absolutely. That's where it came from. Yeah, because like when journals started scaling up, it started being implemented to try and check people's things, because there's too many papers now, right? There's no way for people to respond to everybody, so we do peer review instead. But even that's now like kind of hit a tipping point where it's not scaling super well anymore, you know? Yeah. Okay, please excuse me for a second because I don't know if you can hear, but my nose is blocked up and I need to blow my nose, and I don't want you all to hear that because that's horrid. So excuse me for a second and then I will come back and we will read. Oh, the joys of allergies. Am I right? Okay. So, science. We're doing some science. We're doing some science. Nose routine, no. The worst part is that didn't even really do anything. It just made my ears pop. So that means that I don't actually have a blocked up nose. It's my sinuses that are being a problem. So it's definitely allergies. I ran out of my allergy medication 2 weeks ago, and I keep forgetting to call up and get some new allergy medication. So I should do that. Yeah. Okay. Right. Abstract. Let's read the abstract. Okay. So. And also thank you for the follow, that turtle again. Welcome in. I hope you're ready to be a participant. I don't really do animal research though, so you might be fine. Okay. Right. Open science aims to make scientific research and its dissemination accessible to all levels of society to foster openness and transparency. Engaging in a dialogue with society to explore real-world problems is particularly important to increase the relevance of information systems research. However, reaching out to citizens and engaging them in the research problem exploration process on a large scale is challenging for researchers. In this context, we built on existing prescriptive knowledge and design an open research system to involve citizens in the problem exploration process. Applying the design science research methodology, we report on the results and findings of one complete design cycle. We deliver design knowledge, including 1, design requirements designed from literature, derived from the literature even, 2, propose a set of design principles, 3, an instantiation of design principles in the form of design features, as well as publicly available artifacts, and 4, evaluation through a series of online experiments and 2 field studies with actual citizens. With this research project, we contribute to design knowledge for the class of citizen science systems, and present an approach and a publicly available instantiation that can be leveraged for open research, problem exploration to engage with society members at large. Okay, this is definitely not a psychology paper, but I need to read it, so we're going to do our best. Okay. Let's see. I think radicalization probably isn't the right term. It's just because the general public doesn't have an understanding of things, experts tend to have to spend time either mentoring them or helping them not do something silly. For example, people trying to make stuff to help COVID and all the people reading the stats about COVID incredibly poorly. Kind of sometimes. I think it very much depends. I think it's less about. So this is my opinion, but to be fair, that is also kind of in my research area. So I guess this is also kind of based on the literature that I'm aware of. My understanding is that with things that get polarized, things that get politicized, normally it is a top-down process. In the sense that people, so like say for example with COVID, right? You look at opinion polling in the very beginning, how people were feeling about COVID and about like measures to reduce the spread and stuff like that. And like it was kind of even. Like most people had a kind of similar response, which is that, oh no, this is scary and you know, I'm happy to do whatever like is the right thing to make sure that I don't get sick and the people that I love don't get sick. But then it got politicized by elites. Meaning that some groups were like, you absolutely need to sacrifice everything for the greater good. You know, you need to give up on all of your activities. And you need to, you know, wear all of this protective equipment and stuff like that. You need to radically change your behavior. Whereas the other side was like, doing that is taking away all of your freedoms and therefore it is bad. And then that was coming from the top down in the sense of it was coming from media and political elites, so like political leaders. And then people have this process where they tend to listen more to the people who are like them or who they perceive as being like them, which means that when somebody from your political group is saying a certain thing and then other people start also saying it, and then there starts to be a consensus amongst the leaders of your political group, then suddenly you start to, this isn't necessarily a conscious process, but you start to like, you know, put weight on what they're saying, and then you start to agree with them, and then you start to explicitly disagree with what the quote unquote other side is saying. I'm trying to be kind of like, obviously I have feelings about this, but I'm trying to be neutral in my assessment of this, if that makes sense. So what I'm trying to say is that open science and citizen science aren't inherently at risk of creating that schism. What is a risk of creating that schism is science being taken and talked about in the wrong way. But that's not necessarily a thing that the scientists themselves can do too much about, you know? I do think that there are things that scientists can do. I think scientists can, go out and talk about what they're doing and, talk to people that aren't scientists, explain what they're doing, make it clear what they're doing. Have those have those interactions so that people don't start to think that scientists are scary and not approachable and like stuck up in an ivory tower. But there an element of that is at the societal and political level, which is possibly beyond like individual scientists, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes any sense. Yeah. So yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say is that like there's a risk for any science to be misused. And yeah, open science would be no exception. I don't know. Psydere slapping Chris Rock, you keep my science out of your mouth. I don't know who Chris Rock is, but yes, I guess. Kind of makes sense, good and bad and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, like I said, at the beginning of the pandemic, attitudes towards COVID and what people should be doing to mitigate the spread of it were fairly consistent regardless of political orientation. And then as it went on, it polarized. So yeah, and you see that in relation to a lot of things. And like a lot of the time, if you just frame something in a slightly different way that they haven't seen being politicized, then people will suddenly like agree with something that they previously said that they didn't agree with, for example. This is an economic paper. Is it an economic paper? I assumed it was computer science. Electronic markets. It could well be. Let's have a look. Electronic markets. What is this? International Journal on Networked Business. Social, economic, and technological aspects of digital platforms and digital business. Okay, so it's like a crossover of economics and computer science. Cool. I do actually need to read it though, so. This is computer science. I thought it was metascience. It is also metascience. This is one of those weird interdisciplinary ones. But given that they're describing what I assume is a digital platform, it is kind of computer science. Yeah. It's just the design and development of a platform. So yeah. This is the first thing I've ever seen come from Liechtenstein. I know, right? It makes me so happy. Look at that. We've got the University of Liechtenstein finally getting the representation that they deserve. Okay. Okay, yeah. So let's read. Yeah. In recent calls, society and the scientific community have demanded more openness and transparency in scientific research in general, and specifically in the field of information systems. Openness and transparency are ways to foster reproducibility, progress, and trust in scientific research. Okay. Interesting. Wait, really? Liechtenstein mentioned? Yeah, I know. Look at this. See? Wait, let me zoom in. Whee! Oh, how do I? Hello? Look at that. Liechtenstein mentioned. The first author is based in Liechtenstein. Incredible stuff. Okay. There we go. That's the right zoom. Okay. Okay. So, a promising approach to advance openness and transparency in scientific research is open science, which is an essential approach across the entire research process, aiming to make science more transparent, reliable, and responsive to societal changes. Open science includes many different aspects and provides many dimensions to promote openness and transparency. One aspect focusing on collaboration and participation by involving citizens in research is citizen science, which aims to open the research process to a broader audience. Okay. Recent studies demonstrate the potential of actively engaging citizens for different purposes, from urban planning to environmental protection, and tasks ranging from data collection to data analysis. Okay. Yeah, they're starting to like include citizen science in open science now, which I think is overdue. So open science has been a movement that's been going on for a long time, and it's mostly been aimed at stuff like open access publishing and like data sharing and stuff like that. It's starting to be, well, it's not starting. It has also for a while, but this is becoming a broader accepted thing. Is that like a lot of people are starting to think about it in terms of like also who's taking part in human research, for example, or how are we engaging the public in our research? And obviously, citizen science is an excellent way to do that. So is science communication. Haha, funny that. Look at me living by my principles. I try my best. Yeah, but yeah, I'm a big believer that science communication and public outreach and policy engagement and stuff like that, it's all part of open science, and like doing good science generally. So this is very much my opinion, by the way. This is my opinion, but I think a lot of the data is starting to point in that direction too, to be fair. Yeah. So who knows? Maybe one day I'll be able to get open science funding to get a live 2D model. Maybe one day we can pray. I'll pray to the grant gods. I'll make like a pentagram with like some test tubes and some money on the floor. That might work. JL classification is economic development, innovation, technological change, then research and development, technological change, intellectual property rights, open innovation. Yeah, because open innovation is kind of like a mixture of when I say computer science, I mean kind of more broadly. I don't mean specifically like algorithm development or stuff like that. I mean the kind of broader like anything involving digital development is sometimes put under that. That's what I was thinking. So like, for example, open source would very much be considered mostly computer science related. At least everything that I've ever, like I've most open source projects that I've seen that weren't like very heavily discipline specific, they're generally based in a computer science department. So yeah, at least that's what I've seen. It might be different elsewhere. I don't know. Hi Siriax, welcome in. How you doing? I hope you're good. I didn't realize they had a university. I doubted they could even fit one. Look, they have exactly one city and they are not putting it to waste. They're doing their best. And hi, Commodore, how are you doing? Is this the one that you redeemed? No, this is not the one that you redeemed. This is a paper. Wait, let me scroll up. There you go. This is the paper that we're reading. Engaging citizen scientists, designing an open research system for collaborative problem exploration. Yeah, that's what we're reading. I have no intentions of trying to make this one like interesting for other people. I just need to read it and I need social pressure to read it. So yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Please keep pressuring me. You can do it. Thank you. I'm doing my best. I'm doing terribly though. As per usual, we're 1.5 hours in and I've read the abstract in like 2 paragraphs. So great. We can do it though. We can do it. Okay. Scientific inquiry normally follows an iterative and cyclical process, including different phases in which various types of data are collected and revised. One of the first phases includes gathering information about the subject of inquiry. A proper understanding of the problem to be investigated is a key success factor in any research domain. Or, in other words, coming up with the right answer to the wrong question does not create value. Yeah. Part of the research process is developing a research question, and if your research question is what's the polite way to phrase this, like if it's like looking at something that doesn't actually solve any problems or doesn't actually answer a missing gap in the literature, then yeah, why are you doing it? Yeah. Yeah. This is something that I've heard quite a lot coming from like neurodiversity advocates, for example. Like they have a lot of the time they will highlight examples of like research that's been done into like autism or ADHD or stuff like that, which was very heavily like deficit focused in the sense of looking at like what's wrong with you, rather than taking a holistic approach. And then it's resulted in things like treatments that just don't hit the mark. Like they're not doing what the people actually needed, if that makes sense. Yeah. Do you think they had to pay 10K to make it open access? I mean, you're saying sarcasm, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was actually at least 1K. So yeah. Actually, you know what? I think I can find out. Wait, where did I put the thingy? Here. Let's find out. What's the APC on the journal? Electronic markets. About this journal. Editorial policies. It's normally there, isn't it? Peer review, availability, ethics. No, it's not there. Okay. I mean, it's a Springer journal, so I live in fear, you know. Rights and permissions. Oh wait, for authors. No, it'll be there, won't it? Fees and funding. There we go. The current APC for electronic markets is 3,590 USD, so US dollars, or which is equivalent to 2,590 Great British pounds, or it is equivalent to 2,890 euros. So yeah. On the bright side, it seems like it's open access by default, question mark? So you just pay that. So that's good. Genuine question, but what is the APC? It is... How can I describe APCs? Okay, APC stands for Article Processing Charge. Basically, scientists pay money to have their work published. I don't know how else to put this. Like, we get given government money to do research, and then we also get given government money when we've done the research to publish it in a journal. And then we pay 3,590 US dollars, for example, in the case of this journal, to publish it. And then that $3,590 goes to the publisher, which is a for-profit company. I'm not saying anything explicitly, but you know, sounds like the perfect system. Exactly. What could possibly go wrong with it? By the way, also, that is that the APC is allegedly to cover overheads, right? Because obviously the journal, not allegedly, it is to cover overheads. The journal pays people to work for them, right? Okay. However, so the point of a high APC for open access journals is that originally, you know, scientists would either submit it for free or they would pay a small charge, like a few $100s, and then it would be published, and then people would pay to access it. So, like, for example, the university might pay, I don't know, say for example, like $30,000 a year to have access to all of the journals from a publisher. Or like you as an individual could go in and pay like $30 to have access to that paper. The APC has been like massively increased because they're basically saying like, well, now we can't get that money because it's open access, so that means that anyone can access it for free. So that means there's no way for us to claim revenue from people accessing it anymore. So they've upped the APC price. So now what happens is that the scientists just pay even more. But here's the thing that I don't understand. This is the thing that I don't understand about this whole process, right? So journals are paying their staff and they're paying their officers and stuff like that, okay? However, most journals, a lot of the editors are actually volunteer scientists. So normally the editor-in-chief will be hired and they'll be paid pretty well. But a lot of the like sub-editors will be volunteers. They're scientists like at a university that are just volunteering their time. Peer reviews, they also don't get paid. So when you review for a journal article, say they might request 2 or 3 reviews from different people, and none of them will get paid. They are volunteering their time. So basically, what this model is that people are writing something as part of their job using taxpayer money. They are then paying a large amount of money to have it published in a journal. As part of that process, it is peer reviewed, which is more volunteer time coming out of taxpayer money. And then it gets published. And depending on the type of publication, sometimes the journal holds the copyright. Not always, though. They're getting better at that. So often, if it's open access, then often it'll be public domain, or the copyright will be retained by the authors. But some journals, the journal keeps the copyright. So yeah, I'm not saying it's a pyramid scheme, but aren't there free servers like Archive? There are indeed, and I'm a big fan of them. Yes. We don't need publishers anymore with the internet. This is the thing. Originally, they had the high price was justified with the fact that you would get a physical copy of the journal, right? And it would be like typesetting costs and printing costs and stuff like that. And now it's all online. So they're like, oh yeah, it's the server hosting costs. But I don't know. So printing and circulating 20,000 copies of a journal sounds more expensive to me than having a website. I might be wrong. Also, welcome in AQG Pandemic. Thank you for the follow. You are now part of the participation pool. I hope you're ready to take part in some research. I assume epidemiological research. I don't know. I don't know. I've heard most peers that review are friends of the article writer. Nepotism. No, not necessarily, actually. That's not true. The things that I've been requested to review, I haven't even known the people in, I've never heard of them. So I don't think that that's inherently true. You can, some journals let you request reviewers. So they let you request, I want this person to review it. But if they get wind of the fact that you know the person, then a lot of the time they'll be like, no, we're getting someone else. Yeah. They put ads on their website, do they? I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. Looking on the Google Maps, University of Liechtenstein seems to be a single building. Mind you, a nice building. That's so cute. I want to have a look. Welcome in, Devolkmare. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. How do you spell Liechtenstein? Okay. Oh, Liechtenstein. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's the small. Where is this university? University, there we go. There you are. Is their entire country just a single road? That's wild. Okay. That does look like it is one single building, doesn't it? You might be right. Wait, let me Street View. Surely not. That can't be right. Does this put me in the wrong place? It could have done. Maybe here? Here? Yeah, it put me in the wrong place. Okay, I was gonna say. Okay, it looks like it is a small campus of buildings, but they are broadly connected together by the looks of it. Oh wait, no, those are different. Okay, never mind. Yeah, no, I think it is actually just one building. Okay. Oh, that's a nice view. Goodness. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna bring this up. I'm gonna bring this up on what do you call it? This. What am I doing? I'm going like this. Turn that off. Put that away. Turn that on. There. Oh, okay. Hello? That's my music. That's my playlist. Did you know that you can access my playlist? It's on YouTube. There we go. Got there eventually. Okay. So this apparently is the building. This is the University of Liechtenstein's building. If I come over here, you can see University of Liechtenstein. Okay. And then it's this. Can I go into the car park? No, I can't. Okay. But look at this view. Look at that view. Imagine looking out of your university building and having that view. That is wild. That's so nice. They seem to have some sort of robot statues at the door. From the map, you can go inside. Oh, okay. Where's the robot statues? That? Let's go have a look inside. Let's go have a look. Wait, where did it go? Liechtenstein University. Okay. Yeah, this is the building. It's so cute. I love it. That is so cute. That is so Liechtenstein coded. It looks like it's 2 stories, or maybe 3 if you count whatever this is. Whatever this is. I like the chimney too. Looks European. It's very European. Also, hello. Is it Evan? I'm assuming it's Evan, but with an X. I apologize. But welcome in, and also welcome Babushki. Welcome in. I hope you're both good. Yeah. The problem I see is that the academic competition is too fierce for a collaborative system to work. I think that very much depends on the type of system you're in and also the type of science you're doing. Because, like, it's not a problem for what I do, to be honest. They've got a courtyard. That's so cute. It low-key kind of looks like a factory, though. I'm not going to lie. Is that all of the students? That's so cute. Can I go inside the building? There we go. They've got some rocks. Like, imagine studying with that view. That is something. Goodness. They got the bean bags. Classic. This is a classic university picture. Find me a university that doesn't have a picture of their students sat on bean bags. I'll wait. And they've got like a little workshop. That's so cute. I love that. No, an actual blackboard. Yo. You can just shoot you inside. Okay, let's go inside in a second. These pictures. Oh, and there's it in winter. That's so nice. That's so nice. I want to visit. Here to lurk? No problem. Enjoy your lurk. We do have a exclamation point lurk thingy if you want to do that. You don't have to though, obviously. What is Spurry Haller? It's just a hall. That makes sense. Oh, sweets. Cute. Okay. We're getting distracted. I just want to have a quick... You can drop this inside here, allegedly. Okay, let's see. Oh, I'm in... Okay. That's not where I was expecting to be. Okay. Can I go somewhere else? Maybe here? Okay. Okay. Is this like their lecture hall? Is this their one lecture hall? That's so cute. I love this. There's all the university photos where students are hunched over a desk with caffeinated drinks all around them. It's funny you say that. I think my old university actually did have one like that. Plants. Lectern. Very cute. We love this. This is so cute. I like this. Also, can we just acknowledge they've got actual power banks in the floor for their students. That's very big brain because like every lecture hall that I've ever had, they didn't have power banks. And then like every single person with a laptop would be fighting for that's the same one, would be fighting for the one seat at the end that has got access to a plug. There you go. Here's another hall. Do they just have lots of large open spaces? I guess when you've got such a small building, you need to be able to multitask all of your buildings, right? Here? What's here? Oh, that's the building from outside. That's very cute. That is a nice building. I do like it. And then there's something else down there and there's a crane and there's some very, very nice mountains. Very good. I am jealous. I wouldn't be shocked if it's a converted factory or something. Yeah, it does kind of give that vibe, but I think it looks too new, you know? Let me show you all of Liechtenstein. For anyone that doesn't know. Okay, that's not okay. There we go. We got there eventually. Oh my gosh. So for anyone that is not aware, this is Liechtenstein. This is the whole country. If I zoom out, there you go. It's tiny. It's so cute. I love it. I want to go there one day. It's very, very small. Little baby. The whole country is just basically one road. Oh, it's a country. Yeah, it's a country. It's a country. I think it's. I was gonna say I think it's a principality, but I think that that's actually Luxembourg, which is this one, which is also small, but not as small. Yeah, there's Luxembourg. They also have one university, I believe. So cute. It's regularly accidentally invaded by Switzerland. Yeah, sounds about right. Sounds about right. Because like this is very easy to not realize that it's happening. You know, it's fine. It happens. I'm sure they've got some kind of reciprocal agreement. Luxembourg's a Grand Duchy. That's the one. That's the one. That's the one. It's a Liechtenstein. That's pretty funny. I guess it also depends on the university too. Like non-Ivy League universities and non-state universities in the States are shams. Like in the US, a lot of colleges are going out of business, like but the ones in New England are safe. I don't know anything about US higher education. I'm gonna be honest with you. I know nothing. Okay, I'm gonna put this away now. Also, did I turn off my music for no reason? I think I did. That's really annoying. There you go. There's the music back on. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I know that there's some places in the UK universities that no, they're not doing so hot. Yeah. I thought this was psychology, not geography. I don't know what this one is, to be honest. I don't know what's going on. It's a GeoGuessr stream. Don't tempt me, because I will actually just stop doing anything productive full stop and end up doing GeoGuessr. It's yeah. Yeah. Don't tempt me. Okay. No, back to reading. Back to reading. Okay. Right. Okay. No more getting distracted by Liechtenstein. Okay. Scientific inquiry generally follow. You know, actually, I'm gonna have some tea first, to be honest. Okay. Scientific inquiry typically follows an iterative and cyclical process, including different phases in which. Oh wait, there's an ad. Whoops. Okay, we won't go back to the paper just yet. I'll wait until the ad's done. Pain. Pain, honestly. US higher education, we have that. No comment. No comment. How does she get anything done? I ask myself the same question fairly regularly, actually. I genuinely don't know. It's quite bad. Okay, ad's done. There we go. Okay. Right, we can read now. Okay. Scientific inquiry typically follows an iterative and cyclical process, including different phases in which various types of data are collected and revised. One of the first phases includes gathering information about the subject of inquiry. A proper understanding of the problem to be investigated is a key. Yeah. We're about 5% through. Can you stop bullying me with the nyas and the 5% through? Come on. There's no need for this. Page 2 is speedrunning. Not you too, Fi. I don't need this negativity. I blame Liechtenstein for being such a random little place, okay? I blame Michael Gow, the first author, for being based at an interesting institution that we wanted to learn more about, okay? It's Michael's fault that this stream has derailed. Open science is definitely a lot better for some issues than others. For example, asking the locals how a plant is used as a local remedy, or asking your participants about why they're happy about something. I don't know. It depends on the project and helps with weird stuff or stuff with any domain experts versus like asking on the people on the street to solve cancer. Well, nobody's going to go around and ask people on the street to solve cancer, to be fair. And that's not really what open science is about. Open science is more about making the whole process more transparent and getting more people involved. So it's about trying to like have basically like the best thing that you can have for a robust scientific evidence base is is like diversity in terms of how people are asking research questions, and diversity in terms of data, and diversity in terms of methodological approaches, because then like you get multiple angles of the same thing basically. So open science is more about that. It's more about like trying to get and trying to make things transparent so that everyone can check what each other's doing, but then also making it so that people can more easily build off what each other's doing and use different methodological approaches and reuse data where they need to and stuff like that. Citizen science specifically, you wouldn't ask people like, oh, how would you solve cancer? Like that's not really what it's about. It's more about developing a research question that's actually helpful and like has a positive impact on the world. And then and maybe doing that in collaboration with like a selection of everyday people, and then getting a wide variety of data by getting everyday people involved. So like a lot of classic citizen science projects have been in ecology, for example. And that involves people going out and collecting samples just basically wherever they are. Or like if they see insects, for example, making a note of that. Actually, in the UK, I think there's like a Great British Bird Survey or something like that, where they basically just ask people to like note down what birds they've seen every day. And that creates like on its own, one person writing down what birds they've seen, like that might be helpful really, really long term. It might not be so helpful as a cross-sectional cross-sectional piece of data though. But like when you've got 20,000 people all doing that, then suddenly you can start to put together quite a comprehensive heat map of where birds are appearing and where they might be moving. Like especially if you then start to bin your data, for example. Yeah. Yeah, I remember there was a project where we asked people to give soil samples. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. And like this doesn't have to be it doesn't have to involve going out, spooky one. Don't worry. It doesn't have to involve going out. Like there is a citizen science project. I think the website is like openpsychometrics.org or something like that. And basically the person that runs the website has developed openly available versions of kind of like classic psychometric scales, so like scales that are designed to measure some kind of psychological trait. There's also some silly ones. And there's also some which are like public domain because they're so old, but they're interesting to do. But the thing is that with that, you get literally like tens of thousands of people doing these open psychometric scales. And like whether the scale has useful properties or not, you can still learn something from it with that degree of data. And you can also start to piece together, oh, maybe there is actually a problem with this established scale or this established construct that we're using. So yeah, citizen science can still be done from home. Yeah. Especially psychological citizen science, but we're not really, I think psychology is starting to catch on to that a little bit more, but it's not really the norm yet. Yeah. Yeah. Public domains kind of suck. They're generally from 1929. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Or older. But yeah, I mean, obviously there are some that aren't. There are some that have been published, like, under a Creative Commons license. So you can just use them, which is very good. Very, very good. Yeah. At the current pace, it will take 36 hours or a day and a half to read the paper. Oh no. Are you measuring my progress, Astro? No. I cry. Okay, we read. Okay. Right, okay. So one of the first phases includes gathering information about the subject of inquiry. A proper understanding of the problem to be investigated is a key success factor in any research domain. Or in other words, coming up with the right answer to the wrong question does not create value. Identifying and formulating problems that matter requires a substantial engagement with different stakeholders, especially in the case of ill-structured problems. If in design-orientated research, for instance, the exploration of the problem space is emphasized as essential to gain a deep understanding and description of the problem. Yeah, so if you've got like a complicated problem, you need to find the right thing to investigate about it. Like, I can't think of any examples off the top of my head. I'm too tired. I'm going to highlight this part. Yes, all of this part. Thank you. Yes, good. Seed samples, lead samples, pictures of flowers, geocached. These were some citizen science we did. Yeah. Oh, leaf samples. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yes. Yeah, they're all good examples. They're all good examples. What do you think of most of the funding in psychiatry aren't to help with conditions? They're for companies to exploit the human mind to extract more money. Well, my gut instinct would be that, I'm not gonna lie, bruv, that fits the definition of conspiracy theory. But like not in a rude way, just in a like, you know, that implies that is a narrative saying that a shady group of people are secretly doing something to manipulate the wider public for their own gain. So it fits the definition. My serious answer is I don't know enough about it, to be honest. Hello, hi, welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hi, Curie, how are you doing? How are you doing? I hope you're good. Thank you so much for the raid. And hello, raiders. I hope you're all good. Hi, you brought dumplings. Nice. I want some dumplings, actually. I would love some dumplings. Did you call me Curie? I think I did, yeah. Wait, was that the name that you gave me? I can't remember. I can't remember. Now I'm doubting myself. I'm living in fear. Yup, okay, good, okay. I wasn't wrong, okay, good. Okay, I remembered correctly. You gave me so much fear just then. I was living in fear. I was like, oh no, have I just said the wrong name? But welcome in, I hope you're good. Thank you so much for the raid. Wait, let me do the thing, wait. I forgot I haven't got my mod here today. Wait. There you go. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. I am Psydere. I am a research psychologist. Today we are doing research psychology. I'm reading a paper, allegedly. I'm just yapping, let's be honest. I'm not reading. I'm meant to be reading. I'm literally on company time right now, and I promised them I would read when I was streaming. And it's not going particularly well today, but I'm gonna finish this paper today regardless of whether it's on stream or off stream, so you know, it's fine. It's fine, right? And hi, Yuavko, how you doing? I hope you're good. Oh, you can't listen. Okay, never mind. Oh no. But yeah, how are you doing? How are you doing, Curie? How are you doing? What were you streaming? Did it go good? And also, if you need to, you know, take a break or, you know, go chill, stretch your legs, whatever, absolutely please go do that. But otherwise, you're also welcome to lurk or just watch the stream, always. Thank you so much. I had to help my mum with some tech issues. How many sentences? 4, to be honest, Lankuri. It was 4. It's rare for it to be used in another way within the scientific community at large. What are we talking about? I'm confused. Oh, it's only within some scientific contexts. Yeah. I guess. I'm confused. I don't know what's going on anymore. Started with Hell Let Loose, followed by Ready or Not. I did a kind of marathon. Nice, nice. I don't know either of those games. Like I'm not lying when I say I'm like horribly out of the loop in terms of games. I very rarely play them. Like genuinely, the only games that I've really played in the last few years were like Cookie Clicker and Power World, and that's like it. Grad school means that I'm missing at least 5 years of cultural references, probably more. So yeah, so sad. Military simulators. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. I know this is not exactly a military simulator, but at some point I want to do a Civ stream. Like, I mean, it's strategy, so I guess it still counts, but it's like that plus extra stuff, right? At some point I'm going to do a Civ stream. I don't know when though. I don't know when, and it will be an older Civ game. Civ stream, yes. I know you're very excited for that. We need to, you know what? Really, we should do a Civ stream. But the thing is it's so long, right? It's such a long commitment. We could do like a one era Civ stream. I'm really bad at it, by the way. I'm really bad at it. And also, hi, Duke Duckman, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. You are now part of the participant pool. And also thank you for the posture check. I'm sat up straight, I promise. I'm doing good. Although I'm not gonna lie, I am actually sitting in a kind of weird angle today because I've hurt my knee. I don't know how. I stood up and then it went pop And then I was like, oh, that doesn't sound good. And it's been hurting progressively ever since. It's getting worse. It comes in waves, and I don't know if I should be worried about it. Oh, well. And thank you for the follow, Skylar. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you're good. It's a problem. Oh, wait. You know, AI research has their own set of citizen science to help as a benchmark. Amazon Mechanical Turk, for example, is a platform where you can hire people to take on small tasks. Yes, I know full well. I think I've actually taken part in some of those before. And I got paid all right for it, actually. It was when I was like just doing the PhD, and I got paid more per hour than I did when I was doing my TAing, which was a bit depressing. Yeah. But yeah, no, I know about that. Because we use a lot of the same platforms in psychology research. So yeah, if we need people to take part in surveys, a lot of the time you'd either use Mechanical Turk or you would use, I think they've just changed the name of it to MTurk, right? But yeah, you'd either use that or you would use Prolific, or I think there's like cloud research as well. Yeah. Those are like the main ones. Which Civ game? Probably 6, because that's the one that I have. Yeah. Yeah. Hagoshi, for real. For real. Self-destructing Dere, genuinely, yes, actually. The ligaments for many on the spectrum can be more loose, leading to more joint issues. It may well have been, actually, yeah. Yeah. It could well be. I don't know. It feels like it's in the wrong place. But it doesn't feel, you know, has anyone ever had that thing where like your kneecap feels out of place and then you feel like you need to kick it forward and then it will go in and then it like shifts back into the right place? I have no idea whether anyone knows what I'm talking about, but basically it feels like that, except no amount of moving can get it into the right place. In fact, every time I move it, it makes it worse. So yeah. So I'm just ignoring it. Which is probably not good advice. You all should definitely go seek medical advice if you need it, but I'm a silly sausage. Time for me to consume something and then get on with some legal research. Enjoy your consumption and enjoy your legal research. I hope it goes well. Have fun with the taste stream. Thank you. I need to actually get through the paper. We will do it. We will do it. And yes, I would love to hear about Inhaler. Oh no. That is a symptom? Oh, okay. I've learned something today. Do you have a non-emergency health line? No, unfortunately not. I live somewhere which has got very, 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 very bad healthcare, unfortunately. So we have no non-emergency health line. The only way that you can get a GP appointment is if you call up dead on 8:30. If you don't call dead on 8:30, like literally if you call at like 8:32, then you don't get an appointment. Also, there's only like 4 appointments and there's 20,000 people on the register. So yeah, that's the state. And then if you go to like the emergency department, then you're going to be waiting there for at least a day, because there is genuinely a 24-hour turnaround time there at the minute. So basically, I'm just like, if it's not life-threatening, I'll be fine. I'll just take some painkillers and I'll be fine. I just shift my stuff back into place with a snap. That's terrifying. I don't like that. I've had a few friends that have had like connective tissue disorders, and yeah, every now and then I think one of them was like, oh yeah, my rib dislocated last night, and then I just got my partner to push it back in, and I was like, okay, thanks for sharing. That's concerning, but you do you. I have that feeling with my knees a lot. That's called being older than 30. Racco, what if I told you I'm not older than 30? I just give off that much hag energy. This is probably a relevation to a big chunk of the stream. I'm not 30 yet, actually. I just have old energy, and my joints reflect that. I'm not even 29, Night Mind. The shock, the horror. Relevations has to get English speaker. Shush. I did say I'm not very verbally fluent, to be fair. I did say that. Academia makes you age faster for sure. I know. It really, really does. Yeah. I think I don't know how many of you would have paid attention, but I think in my debut and also in my outfit reveal. So if any of you have ever watched either of them, I'm pretty sure that I did say Psydere is canonically a grad student in her late 20s. So there you go. No one's been paying attention. I've been asked to ask you, does her joint start doing the ligament and feeling out of place if she sits too long in a chair and lets her legs dangle? Yes, actually. But also sometimes if I stand up too quickly, or if I like, sometimes it's literally just if I walk in the wrong way. But like the thing that's bothering me with my knee today is that like when I walk, first of all, it hurts. So obviously I'm like limping a little bit. But second of all, when I walk, it feels like my knee is moving like it feels like it's rolling around. It's very weird. Very, very weird sensation. It's fine. I'll be fine. It's all good. I'm not Gen Z. No, I'm not. I'm not that young. It's me. I've been paying attention. It's true, Lankuri. You have been paying attention. Well done. Well done. Well done. Zillennial, yes. Yes. I think I will. To be fair, I didn't do a birthday stream last year, because I wasn't really sure how they worked, and now I understand it is literally just you hop on the stream and you do whatever you want to do for your birthday. So I might actually do a birthday stream this year, but my birthday is in April, so we will probably do something, and then yeah, I will be one step closer to the big 3-0. Terrifying. Oh, yes, I am indeed an ancient soul in a millennial's body. Okay, I asked on Twitter the other day, I did a poll, whether being married automatically makes you a hag, because I was wondering if this is the reason why people think that I'm a hag, okay? Because I am genuinely, like, unless you're using the 25 definition, which I think is ridiculous. Like, some people say you're a hag if you're 25. Like, categorically, that is ridiculous, throw it in the bin. But, like, if you're using the definition of, like, a hag is over 30, then I'm genuinely not a hag. But like, regardless, I thought maybe it was the marriage thing. Maybe it was being married that made people think that I was over 30. And then I did the poll on Twitter and everyone said no, being married doesn't make you seem like a hag. So now I'm wondering whether it is just academia has aged me really, really badly. Yeah. I always assumed that late 20s meant 28 to 29. Yeah, it's like somewhere between, I would put it as like, I always thought that like mid 20s is like 24 to 26, and then late is like 27 to 29. So yeah, somewhere in that range. I won't say exactly how much though. Yeah. Yeah. 40 is the new 20. So true. This is actually true. I feel like you're only, yeah, Lankuri, hag is a state of mind. I actually agree. I think it's all in the mind. I think it's just how you define. Self-define as a hag. That's the plan. I think it's just a meme, right? People want to move it around just because it's a meme. My friend says a hag is over 21. Her 21st birthday is a lot of fun. That's just a silly definition. To be fair, that is the kind of definition I would expect from a teenager. Because when you're a teenager, anybody over the age of like 20 seems old. But like, I don't know. Like I'm at the age where like I just kind of forget that people are a different age to me. Like they have to be like 45 before I start to clock, wait, hang on, you're a different age to me, you know? Like I feel like I relate fairly well to most Zoomers and also to most millennials because of being a zillennial, you know? So that's what I think. That's what I think. I turned 20 this year. I'm so sorry to hear that, Lankuri. That means that you're one step closer to being 32. Oh no. Oh no. No one's a hag until they live in the middle of the woods in a house that has chicken legs. This is very true. Also, genuinely, I had a big brain moment the other day. Even if I was a hag, I still wouldn't be a hag. I would be a banshee because I screech too much. You know? I associate hags with being like wise. I'm not wise. I just screech. I give mum energy? What does it mean? That's very funny. I like that. To be fair, I do have a I I have multiple younger siblings. So I probably just give very, very intense big sister energy. I don't think I give mum energy. It gives me fear if I do. For academics, the hag mentality comes in the first time you have to respond to a reviewer who clearly didn't read your paper. Oh my gosh, don't even get me started. Reviewer in this case could be a member of your committee too, because not all of them bother. This is very true. This is very true. Well, in that case, I've been a hag for a fair chunk of time, because I experienced that in my masters, I think. So, yeah. Yeah. So it's too much of a lady failure to have mum energy. Definitely older sister energy. Okay. Aunt? Yeah, I can take aunt. To be fair, fun aunt energy. Thank you. That's a big compliment. I've never been interested. Not gonna lie, I've never been interested in being a parent, but I've always been very interested in being the fun aunt. Oh no. Like I would borrow my friends' kids for a date as long as they're like at a fun age where they're sentient. If they're not sentient, then I'm not interested. But like if they're sentient and they're mildly amusing, then I would happily take my friends' kids like out for a day to like a museum and then to like, have some food and stuff like that. But like I want to give them back at the end because I don't think I'm yeah. I don't think I'd be an adequate parent. I can barely look after myself. Case in point, the knee thing. Yeah. Did you skip a grade? I'm asking because we're about the same age, but you have a PhD and I have a master's and the years don't add up. It might just be because I didn't skip a grade. I actually took longer. So I took longer than average to do my high schooling. I also did longer than average bachelor's. It might just be different countries have different systems because like here, you go from high school at 18 straight into your 3-year specialized undergraduate degree. And then from that, you do a 1-year master's. And then from that, you should do a 3 or 4-year PhD. I've taken a bit longer to do all of those. I left school at 19. My bachelor's took 4 years. My master's took 2 years. But then the second year of it overlapped with my PhD. So, yeah. Yeah. Systems, that's what I'm saying. Systems different, yes. I did also work jobs actually. So like the last year of high school, I kind of like did high school part-time and worked part-time. And then during one of my bachelor's years, I did a year where I was like working as well as studying, like as in like doing it wasn't like a sandwich course, but it like if you know what that is, it's like an industry placement, like a long year industry placement. I kind of did something like that. And then yeah. Maybe I seem well aged because I did 5 years of working in retail. Actually, that might be it. Like the academia was nothing compared to retail. Good lord. Yeah. Imagine Mama Psydere reading bedtime stories to the children. She constantly keeps getting sidetracked and fails to finish the story. That is actually accurate description of me reading to my IKEA sharks at night, because I'm currently trying to read The Structure of Scientific Revolutions by Thomas Kuhn, and I am 3 pages in so far because I keep going on tangents and looking stuff up. So, yeah. And this is the preface, by the way. I haven't even actually got to the actual book yet. I'm not listening to a 21-year-old even if they have a master's. That's ageism. That's ageism. I've met lots of 21-year-olds that are smarter than me, just saying. So I operated on the American school timeline. Yes, genuinely. Just like how I'm working on the American time zone a lot of the time too, you know? Waking up at 9 a.m. Pacific time. I left school at 17. Bachelor's took 4 years, master's 1.5 years. It took 1 year only due to COVID. I see. Okay. 1 year for the master's, or? Yeah, I think it's more accurate to say that my master's was 1.5 years as well, but it was meant to be 1 year, but it actually got extended because of pandemic. Yeah. Oh yeah, retail will do that too. Yeah. Cries. Korean mentioned, yes. I swear, I've had this book recommended to me so many times, and like I'm determined to read this silly thing because like I do actually need to read it, you know. We've now sank below 4 words per minute. Thank you for the reminder, Astro. I'll get back into it now, I promise. Okay. The design requirements in this paper feel familiar to stuff I've read before, but I don't know where. It might be the NASA transformed to open science, unsure. Possibly, possibly. It could well be. I haven't got that far yet, so let's find out. Okay, citizens are mainly participant in data collection phase nowadays. Nonetheless, they're known to be able to provide rich data regarding possible research topics, for example, by articulating themselves on social media platforms and sharing their opinions and real-world experiences. Existing design knowledge on open innovation platforms and design guidelines for crowdsourcing initiatives are providing a first step towards fostering openness and transparency. However, such systems aim to support single activities focusing on open idea creation, open product development, and open and innovation to support decision makers in organizations involving customer and crowd workers. Sorry, I laughed because I read decision making and it just reminded me the other day I went to a talk that was about like decision making. And like so it was about like research onto the cognitive processes of decision making. And the person had abbreviated decision maker as in like the person in the study who was making the decision. They abbreviated it to DM and I kept reading it as Dungeon Master. It was really bad. It was terrible. And the worst part is that I know if I'd pointed this out to the person, then they would have been like, oh, I can't believe you've done this. Now I'm not going to be able to read my own presentation anymore. So I should have done that to induce chaos, but I didn't think of it until I was actually hearing the presentation. So that was a shame. I'm nearly done reading. Stop it, Seon. Stop it. To be fair, you can read the paper. You don't have a whole gaggle of people distracting you. So, hey, let's talk about Liechtenstein. It's fine. I enjoy it. It's fine. It makes it more memorable, right? I actually remember the paper because of the random sidetracks that we go on. Systems are different here. I think the high school equivalent ends at 18 to 19. Bachelor is 3 years and master is 2 years. Yeah. Yeah, that would make sense. That might make sense. Yeah. So it sounds like the school takes a year longer and then bachelor's is the same and then master's takes a year longer. That adds up, I think, broadly. Yeah. That sounds more common, actually. That sounds like it's more... UK is very, like, time pressured. They push people into specializing as quickly as possible. It's very stressful. Everyone point and laugh at the nerd. Talk to me in the DMs was so weird to me on Twitter. Like at your table, you have multiple. Oh no. So bad. Reminded me of one semester I had a class about enterprise resource planning. Ooh. I don't know what that is. I should look into that. Enterprise resource planning. As in like, you mean in like digital platforms, like managing cloud resources, or just generally like business level resource management? Interesting. I wish to know more. Okay. Where did we get to? Okay. Moreover, existing systems foster short-term business relationships and engage citizens through monetary rewards. Citizen science, though, aims to establish a partnership between researchers and intrinsically motivated citizens, focusing on the involvement of society in different Nobody say anything she's reading. Oh no. That's throwing me off worse than anything else, Lankuri. You're too good at this. I might actually just close chat. I do, Caesar. I was just ignoring it. I didn't miss the joke. Remember, I do allegedly have hag energy. I do not have I think we once agreed that the stream is safe for work and appropriate for 16-year-olds, but it's not say so. So this is probably why. Anyway, okay. Existing systems foster short-term business relationships and engage citizens through monetary rewards. Citizen science, though, aims to establish a partnership between researchers and intrinsically motivated citizens, focusing on the involvement of society in different phases of scientific research process. Compared to customers whose primary goal is to gain value from, for instance, a purchased product or service, citizen scientists are focusing on the contributions to societal issues in collaboration with professional scientists or scientific institutions. Okay, cool. That makes sense. Existing knowledge design systems focus on open innovation. So that, and then I think this is more interesting because that's kind of implied straight away. There we go. Okay. And then I feel like this is just kind of obvious, but you know, I don't know. Yeah, this is just saying the same thing again, I think, really. Okay. Before I go, Marmite and crumpets, A or nay? Absolutely A. I love Marmite and crumpets. But the thing is, okay, right, okay. You have to have butter on them before you put the Marmite on them, first of all, because the Marmite alone, it ends up being a little bit too dry. However, if you've never tried it, this might be controversial, but if you can, and if you've never tried it, try a crumpet, and then butter, and then Marmite, and then also cheese. Just try it once. Just try it once. Like, grill the cheese, melt it. Yeah. And thank you for the follows, Spartacus 2010 and a IT guy or an IT guy. I am not sure which. Are you an IT guy or an IT guy? Please let me know. Welcome into the research participation pool. Marmite and cheese goes better than it has any right to. I know, right? I know. It's threatening how well they go together. Not controversial? Okay, good. Like-minded individuals think alike. Exactly. Exactly. You know, they actually have started selling loads of like Marmite and cheese, like pre-made products now because it's such a cracked combination. It's so good. I swear. I've got a problem. Like I will go out and I will eat large quantities of that. It's terrible. What kind of cheese? So the thing is that I have a cow's milk allergy, right? So I can't actually eat normal cheese. So I end up getting like the kind of like floppy, plasticky vegan stuff. Which isn't ideal. But there's some pretty good ones now. There is specifically like a smoked one that I think goes really well with it. Yeah. Cheese. I agree, Zerk. Yeah, I agree. Also, hi. Have I said hi to you yet? I don't know if I have. Hello. I hope you're good. Welcome in. Considering that Marmite is basically yeast extract and cheese is very glutamate heavy, I can see it, honestly. Honestly. Ah! Cheese! Oh no, I'm dying! I've got a dairy allergy. Why would you do this, spooky one? No! It's okay, I got an EpiPen. It's fine. It's fine. Thank you for the on-screen celebration, spooky one. Thank you very much for that. Cut with the sweet of the fruit jam and the butter with the carbs of the bread. Oh, yeah. Jam is also pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Swiss is pungent but mild. It goes well with Marmite. Man, I wish some streamer is back. Yes, I've overcome my dairy allergy. I'm too powerful. I've just leveled up. No, I haven't. I'm literally. Okay, we're not gonna go down that route again. I'm not gonna sit here and complain about that again. If I want something overpowered, I go Red Leicester. I do miss Red Leicester. I'm not gonna lie. I miss that. This is not good with crumpets, but I also miss like what was the crumbly one? Wensleydale and then brie. I had a brie problem. And like I actually found like a vegan brie a little while back. and it was the best day of my life. It was overpriced. It was so expensive. I should not have paid what I paid for it. It was like €6, but it was worth it. Like as a one-time purchase that I'll probably never get again, it was worth it, you know? Yeah. There's a couple of adjacent citizen science stuff going on, notably DAOs, where you invest in a coin and you get voting powers on what project to fund with the coin. That sounds kind of sus, I'm not gonna lie. That sounds kind of sus. I know MIT got a 1 million grant or something from Vita DAO or something. I think there's a psych DAO. I'm not sure how I feel about this actually. I don't know how I feel about this. My gut instinct is like, oh no. But then I don't know, maybe wisdom of the crowd would be fine, but also like, oh no, you know? It's free money. Yeah, but nobody ever gives it to me. That's the thing. Like, nobody's giving me free money, so therefore I don't approve. When do I get free money for my research? I'm all in on Psycoin. No, we only trade in research credits here. That's all we do. That's all we do. Put it on your throne. Throne reminder. Do you know that a streamer has a throne where you can bully her with? Yeah, I do actually have a throne. You're right. Don't I have a thingy? Wait. Oh, I do. Look at me. I'm planning ahead. Planning ahead. Yeah, I do have a throne. That reminds me. Although Bushy's left, so I can't ask Bushy the question. Basically, I've been having some things where people are suggesting things on the throne, but they only ship to North America, so that means I can't actually add them to my throne. So if you're going to add something to my throne, please can you make sure that they actually ship to Ireland? Because I've had to, like, find alternatives or delete stuff, and it's been very sad. Okay. Should I find a way to get the cheese on there? I think I can get you can do like you can set it up so that I don't know, actually, where would I even ship that? I don't know how that would work. Is there even anywhere that still sells this cheese? They got rid of it in my local shop, that's the problem, so I don't actually know where to buy the cheese again. I'll work that out. Been trying to use Amazon UK. Yeah, Amazon UK, or I think there's an Amazon IE as well now. I don't really use Amazon, so I forget it exists, but yeah. 1 gallon bucket of Marmite? Dear Lord. Dear Lord. Can you imagine? That would last me for a grand total of 3 minutes. You can set up money only things on throne too. Yeah, you can do. Yeah. But I think there was some tea that Bushy suggested that is like genuinely just like import blocked or something, because like I tried to find like a European distributor and I could not find it. It just couldn't find it. It was very sad because it looks like really good tea. So I'm gonna try and find some like. Wait, actually no. Yeah, because Bushy said about this specific brand, and I think I couldn't get it imported, so I didn't know what to do with it. So I might have to find an equivalent that is like made in the EU and then we can import it to Ireland. I don't know. His tea suggestions slap. They really do. They're really, really good. Really, really good. I have so many questions, Spooky One. Why do you have a giant Yorkshire tea emote? Why is that a thing? Also, thank you for the 10 bits for the giant emote. Which island? I assumed Republic since you mentioned Euro. I'm purposely being vague because no matter whether I say I'm in the Republic or whether I say that I'm in Northern Ireland, no matter which one it is, it reduces the population so much that it makes me actually doxable. So I'm just saying vaguely I live on the island of Ireland. For importing purposes, it doesn't matter because Northern Ireland is part of the they're not part of the European market, but like there's like a Brexit related thing going on. I've learned this because I've had to do some posting of stuff around various directions in various places, both in the UK and Ireland in my time. And obviously they always used to be completely seamless transition of stuff. And ever since then, like certain things from my friends in England can't go into the Republic or into Northern Ireland anymore. But some things can go for, and then like in shops, sometimes there's like labels saying can't go to the north, and other shops there's things saying can't go to the Republic. It's very weird. It's all gone very weird. So I'm purposely being vague about where on the island I'm located. It would dox me. Remember, it's literally an island of like 6 million people. Like, saying that I live in Ireland is the equivalent of saying like I live in London. So yeah. Yeah, there's not really a border within the island. That's right. That's right. Like, yeah. It, like, the only, to be honest, like, I've been living on the island for 5 years now, almost. My anniversary's coming up very soon. So it's been 5 years since I've been living here, and I must say the only real I've been the whole length of the island, and in all honesty, the only difference between Northern Ireland and the Republic is like the currency's different, and and the accents are different, and that's pretty much it. Like, culturally, they're very, very similar. In terms of the products you can buy, they're very, very similar. Oh, and the Tatoes. Like, there's this brand of crisps called Tatoes, and there's like a different trademark in the north versus in the south for some reason. Never worked out why. You're not allowed to import them in either direction, which is quite funny. Yeah. So there's a fun Ireland fact for you. There's a different brand of crisps called Tatoes on either side of the border, and that's one of the few things that distinguishes the border. Yeah. And everyone says that Southern Tato's better, but I'm actually more partial to Northern Tato because they have more flavors that don't have dairy in, so I can have more of them. Yeah. Hi, Spartacus. How you doing? Is this because of the treaty that ended the troubles, that there cannot be a true border? Yeah, so it's a mixture of that and Brexit. Like, it's been weird. Like, it's all just been weird. Importing anything into Ireland generally has just been a bit, well, from the UK has just been a bit weird now. Yeah. Well, so hi, Shuber. I don't think I've said hi to you yet. How are you doing? Hope you're good. Ireland and potatoes. What could possibly go wrong? It is pretty funny that the main brand of crisps is literally called Tatoes. Like, that's quite funny. Yeah. It's not food regulations. No, it's a trademark thing. So there's like a limit. Basically, I think it was probably something around when it's quite an old brand, I believe. So it's probably something around like when the Free State was formed. There was this brand of crisps called Tatoes, and then obviously the island got split into 2 different countries. So then the companies split and registered the trademark separately, and then it ended up that now there is a Northern brand of Tatoes and a Republic brand of Tatoes. And they are totally different brands. They're totally different companies, and they are not allowed to cross the border because the second that, for example, like the second that the Republic's Tatoes cross up into the north, they're breaching the trademark because they've got the same name. It's really weird. It's so weird. You heading out, Curie? No problem, no problem. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for the raid as well. When's your next stream? I don't know. I wish I could tell you. I genuinely just sit down and decide when I'm streaming, so then I do it. So sometime this week, probably. I genuinely don't know. Sorry. But yeah, I hope you have a good rest of your day / evening. It must be evening where you are. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. Yeah, and thank you again for joining us and for the raid. DMCA crisps. Yeah, legit. It is DMCA crisps. It's quite funny. Trade regs impact more on what gets sold than things like pesticide use. Yeah. Yeah, that's my understanding too. And like the UK's regulations are still broadly in line with the EU's anyway. But like things like, obviously things around like meat importing, for example, that changes very quickly. And then it's like a tariffs thing as well, I think. So I think the way that they've set it up is that there's no restriction on freedom of movement from Great Britain into Northern Ireland, but there is a trade border in the sense that like anything that moves into Northern Ireland now has to comply with EU regulations, and that's because so much of the north is dependent on trade and, you know, movement of goods with the south. So it would just be completely infeasible for the trade border to be on the island because there's just too much stuff moving around. Whereas like stuff going from Britain into the north are like they have to go across the Irish Sea anyway, so it just makes sense to do the checks at the ports. Yeah. So that means that, like, you know, even people living in Northern Ireland can import stuff from the EU, but people that are living in England can't anymore, which is quite funny. Yeah. Well, it's not funny, it's sad, but you know, that's how it works. That's how it works. Yeah, it's been very interesting watching all of this unfold, I must say. It's been an experience. Yeah, because everybody forgot about Northern Ireland when Brexit happened. Like it was all just like, yeah, let's reclaim our stuff and whatever. And then everyone was like, oh wait, hang on, there's a bit that's attached to another country that is in the EU. Now what? And also Gibraltar, that got forgotten about too. So that was awkward. Oh no. But yeah, rambling about trade agreements aside, you know what else would be an experience? Reading the paper. I agree. Shall we go back to it? Oh dear. Yeah. An average person a shoe is a shoe, but for a business, this is a tactical foot enclosure for trade purposes. Yeah, I've seen that. That's quite funny. To be fair, we never remember Northern Ireland. It's just a hole we pour money into. Yeah, that seems to be the average British person's opinion about Northern. When I say British, I mean people from Great Britain. Yeah, that seems to be the average Great Britain response to Northern Ireland's sheer existence. Is like, oh yeah, that's a thing. Oh, poor little place. They're doing their best. They're doing their best. I've been streaming for 2 hours and 33 minutes. That's right, and we still haven't been reading enough of the paper. Okay. I wish I was a hole people poured money into. Lankuri, we're not going to expand on that statement, okay? You can leave that statement where it is. That doesn't need any more information. Oh no. No, never got around to asking you, but since I'm newer here, do you like or play video games? So I used to like and play video games a lot when I was younger. As an adult, unfortunately, grad school took all of my gaming time. So yeah, not really, not as much as I want to. I did clock a disturbing quantity of hours in Power World in the last year though, so that's good. That being said, I do want to start playing games on stream occasionally too, but I just haven't got around to it yet. Like the only ones that I've played so far are like chill ones like House Flipper. One day I'll do actual story-based games and we'll talk about the psychology behind them and stuff, but we'll get there eventually. Not yet. Oh no. Okay. Oh, whoops. Hello. Hello. Okay. Right. Okay. Compared to customers, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So, little is known about how to engage citizens systematically in scientific research processes to understand citizens' needs and societal challenges. Specifically, there is a lack of design knowledge on designing systems that support engaging citizens to jointly explore the I always struggle with this word. Problematization phase and open the scientific research process. Okay, cool. And then they're doing that in this paper. We respond to recent calls to increase openness and transparency in information systems research by identifying design principles for information systems that support the systematic and structured involvement of citizens in the research problem exploration process following an open science paradigm. Moreover, the proposed design building on self-determination theory aims to trigger the motivation of citizens to participate in scientific inquiry through autonomy and relatedness. Therefore, we formulate the following research question. How to design... Wait, what? Is it me or is the grammar in that a bit strange? I might be wrong. How to design a research problem exploration system, increasing autonomy and relatedness of citizens in the problem exploration phase of scientific inquiry. See, I would be like, how does one... I don't know. I might be wrong. We apply a design science research approach following Kupla and Vaishnavi 2008 to follow this research question. The design knowledge we propose takes different forms. We derive design requirements, propose design principles, and instantiate design features for systems that enable the involvement of citizens on a large scale when exploring problems in scientific research processes. Furthermore, we provide a first step towards open science in information systems research by delivering a novel and useful artifact that can be applied to explore problem spaces and discover scientific research problems involving citizens following an open science paradigm. We report on one complete cycle of the artifact design and the evaluation of the instantiated design principles using a series of online experiments and 2 field studies. Cool, okay. Our results demonstrate the applicability and assess the use potential of our proposed research problem exploration system. Cool. Cool. Okay. Thank you for the follow, Grandel VT. Welcome in. Welcome to the participation pool. I've been lurking around during a Zoom conference. Twitch suggested your channel, and I quite like the premise. Thank you. Welcome in. I hope your conference is going well. Well done for multitasking. Or are you like watching during the lulls in the conference? Because like I used to do that too. Like when I've had Zoom conferences, I just like disappear sometimes. I just don't join a panel session or whatever because I just need to do something different because my brain's melted. But yeah, thank you. Welcome in. Let's see. On the subject of people asking questions, what's the ratio of people on the stream who are native English speakers to who are not? That's an interesting question. I've never asked that before. I do wonder. We could do a poll if Husbando was here, but he's not. I'll ask him to do a poll next time. Microstates are basically in the EU, but they're too small for them to do much. Yeah. They're in a Liechtenstein are in a custom union with Switzerland. That makes sense. Yeah, I've heard that Liechtenstein and Switzerland are very like interlinked in that way. It was on maritime law. Ooh, nice. Very cool. Watched a bit of Twitch during participant questions. Yeah, that's fair. Sometimes I'm just like, I'm sorry, your questions are the panel was okay, but the questions I just need to not. I get that. Psychology is not my field, but I'm very fond of reading studies. Yeah, it's kind of fun, isn't it? Honestly, this paper isn't psychology, so I'm learning a lot. I'm doing my best, you know. But yeah, it's fun. Honestly, I've been doing paper readings I think since I started like over a year ago now. And I personally think it's really fun. I think it's a fun way to do it. It means that I get to read a paper and learn stuff, and it means that everyone also gets to read a paper along with me or have fun distracting me, you know? I think it's a win-win. But thank you so much for joining us. Moderator applications when? I've been talking to Husmod about it, actually. I have been talking to Husmod. We're contemplating. We've set a threshold at which we think that we would need more mods. Yeah. More mods than my auto-modded comments can get the disgust they deserve. To be fair, auto-mod is very questionable. Yeah, very questionable. I'm particularly submersed in a specific branch of psychology, which I wonder if you enjoy. Evolutionary psychology, particularly paired with anthropology and archaeogenetics. Evolutionary psychology is an interesting one, but I think it's very variable in terms of like, not the quality. Well, yeah, the quality, to be honest. I find it quite variable. I'm a social psychologist, so that means we naturally have an in-group, out-group rivalry with each other. But then what I'm about to say applies just as much to social psychology as well. I think there's a mixture of like really, really good science done in it, but also some of it is just post hoc hypothesizing, if that makes sense. Like I said, social psychology can do this too. Sometimes, you know, social psychologists will look at a giant data set and like post hoc rationalize some of it, and I'm not convinced that that's very helpful. Yeah. And yeah, a lot of evolutionary psychology does the same, but some of it is super, super helpful. We read a paper a little while back that was suggesting that people believe conspiracy theories because there's like an evolutionary like cheating detection mechanism. So like, you know, when you were going about your life in the environment of evolutionary adaptation, you had to be able to detect when people were basically like, you know, trying to use you for their own gain. And they were arguing that conspiracy theories is like a overgeneralized application of that to other situations. Yeah. So, because like obviously some conspiracy theories are true, right? So some of them, like, it's not an overgeneralization. It's like the cheating detection mechanism is working as intended. But in other cases, yeah, it is yeah, not not uh not accurate. That's the word I was looking for. It's misapplying the algorithm, as it were. Yeah. We've set a threshold. You guys are such nerds. I mean, to be fair, what do you expect? I'm a scientist and he's an engineer. Like, it's a recipe for disaster. Is this co-working or are we checking the paper for the sake of it? It's kind of co-working, but kind of just me getting distracted, you know? It's kind of co-working, I guess. So normally I try and explain things in the paper, but this is actually just one that I need to read for my own benefit, like for my job. Yeah. So I'm doing my best. Superinterpretation of external stimuli. Exactly, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, sometimes we do Pomodoro streams, but not today. Do you want to know the secret? It's because Husbando is out, he's at the office. So it means that I can just yap as much as I want. I can read out loud. And like if he's not here, I read out loud anyway. So I'm like, I might as well stream. Even if I end up distracted, like I'd be distracted regardless of whether I was streaming or not. Like the way that I read papers, I either lock in or I don't. And like today is a don't. Like today is just a not. So I figured if I come on stream and I read the paper, there's some degree of social pressure for me to read at least some of the paper. Versus if I were like not streaming, I would probably just be like messing around, reading random grant calls and not actually getting any helpful work done. So yeah, because my knee hurts, so it's distracting. So that was my thinking, and I think it's worked. Yeah. Okay, there is an ad break, so I'm actually gonna very quickly go and like reheat the remains of my tea and fill up my water. So I will be back in like 2 minutes, I think. Yeah. So I will see you in a second. Hello, I'm back. I did not give myself enough time. I forgot that my knee was hurting, and then I like stood up, and then I was like, oh no, now I have to get to the kitchen, which isn't very far. I live in a 1-bedroom place. But I was like, I need to hobble over there. Oh no, I've made a mistake. I did not give myself enough time. Oh no. Okay, I've got my tea though. It's heated up. You work from home? Yes, I do indeed. I do indeed. Me and husbando mostly both work from home in a 1-bedroom place. Our living room is also our office, is also our kitchen, is also our dining room. Yes. Let's see. Do we think she's gonna finish the paper? I'm definitely not. I'm definitely not. Okay. Speaking of your knee, it's very likely a torn ligament from what you've told. Getting a doctor to look at it might be good. I'll try. I'll try my best. I probably should. I'll try my best. Though I'm saying try on purpose because a lot of the times, like, once I like tore a muscle in my shoulder, and I rang up my doctor and I was like, is this an emergency? And they were like, yeah, you need an emergency appointment, but you shouldn't go to A&E. And then it took them 4 days to be able to see me. So yeah. But it's fine. Please don't try and diagnose me over twitch.tv because you don't know if I'm just lying. I could just be lying. I'm actually not. My knee actually does hurt and it actually did pop in a weird way, but that doesn't mean it's okay. Yay, NHS in Britain. Yeah, I mean, I'm in Ireland, so it's health HSE. I forget what it stands for though. Yeah. Health and social care something. Yeah. Lurking around, attempting productivity. You can do it! You can do it! Thank you so much for the lurk, Grendel. Thank you for the lurk. I diagnose you with British? Oh no, it's terminal, isn't it? I can't believe I've been diagnosed as terminally British. This is so bad. I diagnose you with nerd? I mean, that's not too bad. That's just a state of existence. But British? That's a step too far. Oh no. Okay. So where do we get to? Calls about open science paradigm, proposed building on self-determination theory to trigger the motivation of citizens to participate. And then they're using a design process developed by Kupla and Vaishnavi to answer the question. They're deriving design requirements, proposing design principles, blah, blah, blah. It's a first step towards open science in information systems research. We can report on one complete cycle of the artifact design and the evaluation of the instantiated design principles using a series of online experiments and 2 field studies. Okay, cool. Okay. Conceptual foundations and related work. Do we know how long this stream might be? I have no idea. I genuinely don't know. Don't know. Right. Problem exploration in scientific research. Scientific inquiry is considered an iterative and cyclical process with different phases in which various types of information are collected and continuously revised. Yes. One of the first phases involves gathering information and resources through observations, definitions, and measurements of the subject of inquiry. The main objective is to gain a detailed understanding and description of the research problem and the subject of investigation. In design-orientated research, for example, many frameworks and processes and process descriptions supporting design science researchers and are proposing an explicit problem exploration phase. Okay, yeah. I'ma just highlight. I don't need to highlight this, but I will because I think it's probably quite central to the argument they're making. During this phase, researchers aim to learn about the prevalence, define the scope, and sense the size of the problem. Additionally, the problem exploration phase is a development process from initial awareness until the problem formulation. Specifically, it's been argued that many design science projects that aim at societal and economic impact need to deal with the complexity related to problem and solution spaces involving socio-technical phenomena that people perceive differently and are subject to constant change. The EDSR method was developed to deal with such complexity, which supports breaking down design science projects into self-contained components, so-called echelons, including a problem analysis echelon. It has been argued that problem elicitation will mark a particularly important contribution of research, specifically in times of AI, where solutions are largely auto-generated, yet sometimes seek their problems to solve in a value-adding and responsible way. Okay. I don't think this is relevant to psychology, this part here, because we do our own. We don't use. We don't look for auto-generated solutions generally in psychology. Therefore, many well-established and well-accepted scientific research methods are available. Nielsen provides a comprehensive overview of the different methods and techniques for problem analysis applied to the field of information systems. Most of the applied methods are qualitative methods, such as interviews or focus groups. Qualitative methods often require stakeholder or domain experts with dedicated knowledge about the problem. However, for researchers, it can be difficult to reach domain experts. And when it comes to the topics that affect citizens in their everyday lives, they should be considered as the real-world domain experts. Yeah, so there's this ongoing there's an ongoing movement towards including more people that actually have lived real world experience of the thing that you're researching, because you have like domain experts, quote unquote, that are academics that have or professionals that have extensive knowledge of the thing that you're researching, but then there's also experts by experience who have lived experience. So like if you're in this example, if you're looking at like an information system, the domain experts would be like, the people that designed it and the people that have done research underpinning it. But experts by experience would be the people that actually use it in day-to-day life. So that's why user research is really important in, designing any kind of thing with the user interaction, is to try and get that expert by experience input, because often they would notice things that like you just will not see as the designer. And likewise, as a scientist, if you're fixated on like a specific part of your research topic, just because that's where your interests lie, then you might miss something that's bigger and possibly more important to the overall phenomena that you're looking at. So I guess that the classic example in psychology is mental health. Like, you can have domain experts who are like clinical psychologists or research psychologists that specialize in researching or treating mental health issues. But if you're not asking the people who actually live those mental health issues what they're experiencing and what problems they're facing in their day-to-day life, then there's a strong chance that you could end up either coming up with theories or developing like treatments, for example, that just they don't help in the way that was expected. Yeah. Some things only pop up when you use it in practice too. Exactly. Like there are some like with code, for example, a lot of the time you won't even find an error until you're actually running the code, until you're like using the program in the way that it should be used. So yeah, definitely 24-hour stream. Yeah, no, I do need to go get dinner at some point. When husbando comes home, I guess I'll probably just ask him when he comes home, like, do you want me to keep streaming or should we have dinner? That would be a valid question, I believe. Real world expertise is like when we collab with farmers for plant biotech. Yeah, exactly. Because they're going to have a different experience to you, You may think like, oh, if I increase the yield by this % using this genetic modification, then that's amazing. Whereas like they might think, oh, but you've actually introduced more problems that you would never see in the lab. Yeah. Because there's way more degrees of freedom, obviously, right? So I'm not a programmer, but as far as I can tell, all code is the error. Husband brain, it's a trick question. No, I'm far too autistic to be asking trick questions like that. If I say, do you want me to keep streaming or do you want me to make dinner? It's not a trick question. I genuinely just want the answer. Yeah. I'm one of those people where like if somebody asks me where do you want to go for food, if I say I don't mind, like as long as there's something I can eat, I genuinely don't mind. I mean it. I mean that I don't mind, If I want burritos or if I want pizza, I will tell you. I'm not good at implied things. It's very stressful. Can't have no errors if there's no code. That's very true. This is the big brain energy. Cooking stream? Not yet. Honestly, the cooking stream probably won't ever happen while we're living where we're living, because it's genuinely just there's not enough space. So I don't think it would be possible. Yeah. So one day we'll move to a bigger place, and then the cooking stream will happen as soon as we're settled in. I swear this. I swear this. I promise we will do the cooking stream as soon as we can. But yeah, there's like not even enough space to like do an actual hand cam even. So I'm not entirely sure. I mean, maybe there would be if I kind of shuffled things around in a weird way. I could probably just about make some space, but it's difficult even to do a hand cam. So yeah. One day. Audio only cooking stream with progress pics might be a workable variant. That sounds kind of cursed. I want people to be able to see what I'm doing. This is the thing. Because like for me, it's more fun that way. You know? It's more fun. Because like there's I don't know. I'm bad at cooking. So and I'm very, very clumsy. So there would be a lot of scuff involved. And I would want that scuff to be captured in its entirety, you know? Like audio of like, ah! And then things crashing everywhere. Like that's not as funny as seeing it go, you know? This is how I feel about it though. I might be wrong. Trust me, my collabs with growers have always been learning both ways. I've been, oh, that's nice. And they're like, give me that right now. Yeah. Yeah, I think I've seen that in quite a few of the like participatory or citizen things that I've been either involved in or I've been observing. Yeah. Screaming intensifies. This is fine. Learning all sorts of new British curse words. It's like the PNG variant of a cooking stream. That's true. That's true. Animate oven gloves. That would be fun. That would be fun. I would actually have to put on like proper like latex-free disposable gloves because I would not do well. But now on pace to finish in 14 hours. Well, that's better than a day. So that's an improvement, Astral, you know? Okay. Yeah, qualitative methods are very time consuming and they do not scale well. This is very true. Qualitative methods are like specifically designed for small scale samples. Like they're designed to be hypothesis generating. I don't know if that makes any sense. Like they're how you develop new ideas in social sciences. You don't want to do confirmatory research necessarily with them. Like normally the way that we would do it as like a standard social psychology pipeline would be like qualitative methods to investigate like generally what people say about the thing that you're interested in. And then from that, you would then develop like a theoretical paradigm out of the qualitative data. And then from that, you would develop hypotheses that you then test. That's the ideal social psychology pipeline. In reality, it kind of jumps around a bit, but you know, it's fine. It's fine. Like our Black Knight trials that always get used in K-dramas by the villains. Yes. You know what? Those are exactly what I was thinking, but I'd want to get orange ones, you know? Because there's two reasons for that. Firstly, because there's a strong chance that I would have an allergic reaction to any of the ingredients that I'm cooking with. And secondly, because yeah, my hands are covered in allergic reaction related eczema. They can be orange. I'm sure they can be any color that they want. I've seen blue ones and I've seen purple ones, so I can't see why they can't be orange. In fact, actually, blue ones are the standard here. Oh no, I've seen green ones as well, actually. I think green ones are the standard here saying that. Yeah. Classic. Of course it's green. So they must be able to do orange ones, surely. Surely. Okay. Blue, purple, and blacks are color codes at least. Yeah. But like, even if it's not color coded, you must be able to get it in a different color because there's always like some niche use case, right? For all of the colors. Yeah, surely. And if I can't, just Googled and you can buy orange ones. Amazing. Perfect. Solved. I would have given up and gone with either red or yellow if I had to. But yeah. If I have to just go full on like, you know, like kitchen gloves, then I would do that too because they do those in all the colors. But I would prefer to have nitrile gloves. Yeah. 100 for £8.93. Yo, put that on the throne. Put that on the throne so that I don't lose the link. More than anything else. Thank you, Astro. Different colors make it easy to keep the cleaning gloves some elsewhere. Yeah, exactly. Color coding, very important, very important. I used to work as a cleaner as well. That's another one of the awful jobs that I did to support my university studies. And we had to like color code everything depending on like the place it was being used. Literally everything. I wonder what the orange color's for. Sometimes people just make them. And then the demand gets created out of it, you know? We might start a trend. Okay, I'm gonna have some tea. Gloves and a solid metal block. Do you mean a bigger tungsten cube? What a list. It's certainly a list. I think there's also like a mug that says like psychology student tears or something on it on there. I don't know. And then there's like there's lots of tea now. Lots of recommendations for tea. And then there's something else. I've forgotten what else is on there. There's a coloring book. There's a human brain coloring book. If I did a hand cam, I think I could maybe work out a hand cam with my current setup. I definitely couldn't work out a cooking stream. If I managed to work out a hand cam, then I would want to do a human brain coloring book stream. But that one would be like VODless. That would be unlisted because I think that would be breaching copyright. If they never find out, then there's no problem. You know, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Copyright violations are only violations if they're perceived as being a violation. No, that's not how it works. Don't go by that approach. You should always check the licenses of the things that you're showing. Okay, moving on. Open science is not a new approach. It can be traced back to the Middle Ages. The first documented science association was established in 1660, the Royal Society of London for Improving of Natural Knowledge, emphasizing openness and inclusion and the inclusion of women. Recently, open science has been growing rapidly due to the worldwide internet and related new technologies, tools, and communication channels. Its main characteristics are transparency, openness, and reproducibility. Parsons and colleagues extended the definition of open science with concepts of rigorousness, replicable, accumulative, and inclusive. Open science aims to cover the complete research process, from the design to the review process, including sharing research material and data to foster better understanding, verification, and reuse. Miguel et al. 2014, Nozek et al. 2015. Reproducibility describes the robustness and repeatability. Godness, brilliant. Goodness and God. Okay. Putting them together, apparently. I'm struggling with words today, aren't I? Strap your phone to your head like a miner's helmet light. Oh no. It's not a permitted store. Even if it's not a permitted store, I can still set it up as like a payout one and then buy it myself with the money. So it would still work. It's just not preferable, I guess. In modern times, studies have found lots of plastic throughout the entire body, including the brain, and it has been linked to Alzheimer's disease and other symptoms, yet plastic continues to be produced. Yes, Masupahonen. Microplastics, yummy. Yeah. Lots of plastic. Unfortunately, it's very useful, so yeah. But I think we're becoming more aware of that. That's why a lot of things are being like legislated around plastic. Yeah. Okay. Where do we get to? Yeah, reproducibility describes the robustness and repeatability. They've said repeatability. I think they mean replicability of research findings addressing, for example, design decisions in the data analysis. For example, filtering the data set for consistent findings by different researchers. Allen and Mailer identify 3 benefits of applying open science. First, more trust in science and the results. Second, an investment in own future research. And third, new helpful services and systems emerge. Cool. That makes sense. One specific dimension of open science is focusing on collaboration and participation on a large scale, including scientists and non-scientists. Citizen science, the large-scale involvement of citizens in scientific endeavours, not only as participants but as co-researchers, is a prominent approach to foster public participation in research projects with the aim to close the gap between scientific and public perspectives on the real-world problems. For instance, the Galaxy Zoo project involved over 400,000 citizens in order to support researchers in the classification process of galaxies. Bonnie et al. 2009 distinguished three types of citizen science. First, contributory projects focus on crowdsourced data collection, such as bird count. Second, collaborative projects focus on data collection and analysis by citizens, such as Galaxy Zoo. And third, co-creative activities where researchers and citizens work jointly on scientific projects. That latter one tends to be labeled participatory research in social sciences. So here it's being classified under citizen science, but it would actually be given a different label in social sciences. From a societal perspective, opening the scientific inquiry and engaging with scientists to understand problems and provide solutions has been recognised as an essential prerequisite for responsible research and innovation in information sciences and in information systems and beyond. However, these studies report on situational and non-generalizable settings and do not provide design knowledge for systems motivating citizens in scientific research processes. Moreover, in the field of IS, there are recent calls for more intensive leverage of potential of citizen science. Additionally, technology plays an essential role in empowering the open sharing of data, information, and knowledge within the scientific community and the wider public to accelerate scientific research. That's very, very true. To close this gap, we build on existing descriptive and prescriptive knowledge in order to provide new design knowledge for research problem exploration systems to support researchers leveraging the potential of citizen scientists. I apologize that I'm struggling to talk so much today. Oh dear. Do you read papers in 3 passes off stream, like skimming first and getting more into the details? No. I either do, if it's relevant to what I'm doing, like if it's very, very relevant and I think it might be a central paper, then I will. So at first I just read the abstract basically. And then if it seems like it might be very, very relevant, then I normally just skip the introduction because I already know most of it, to be honest. So I just go straight to the methods and results. And then if I'm a bit confused about what's going on, then I might look at the discussion. But yeah, so normally I'd do that. If it's a new area to me, then I try and read the first few at least in depth, and then I move on to the skipping to the methods and results. Yeah. So that's how I do it. So I read the methods and results, but I do read them quite carefully. Because I don't know. I prefer to do that. I'd rather have a solid understanding of what they did rather than read loads of stuff about why they did it and why it's important, if that makes sense. Because if the method and results are clear, then I should be able to infer what they did and why it's important anyway, if that makes sense. Or why they're doing it and why it's important. Yeah. Okay. One of my astronomy professors mentioned that as well as a current one to check for exoplanets and stars that should very slightly dim, as there are just too many stars to keep watch on every single one. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah. Honestly, astronomy is really, really good for this, for the data collection and data analysis citizen science. I would say they're pretty far ahead. When I think of citizen science with people going out and collecting data, I instantly think of astronomy and ecology. Those are the 2 areas that are doing really, really good at it. Do you skim the literature sources too, usually? It depends. It depends. I should say, the thing about the methods and results, that's just for empirical papers. If it's a theoretical paper, then yeah, I do normally just give it a quick skim, look at the references, and then go back to it again if I think it's important. Yeah. But with the sources, to be honest, given that most of what I'm reading is interconnected stuff, I already know a lot of the references, so I don't even need to. So for here, for example, we've been reading and I already recognize 4 of the references. I just know what those papers are. So yeah. let's see. Okay. Open innovation. This is something that I feel a bit less. I think I'm going to highlight this because that is important to the narrative. But otherwise, the rest of it, I kind of already know all of it, you know. So, yeah. Okay, open innovation. This is something that I know less about, so we'll find out about this. Okay. Leading industrial firms produced, developed, and exploited concepts for innovations in self-reliance during the 20th century. Companies today are re-examining the fundamental approaches to managing their innovation initiatives. Open innovation is a new breed of innovation and forces organizations to reassess their business strategies. Involving stakeholders, for instance, customers, in the innovation process opens up the company's innovation funnel and potential perspectives or ideas for creating innovations, enriching the innovation process. Okay, so it's basically the same thing. Got it. It's like open science, but applied to business. So instead of developing a product and then marketing it, it's like involving the people who are using the product from the first point. That makes sense. Open innovation is new, 2003. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. That doesn't surprise me because that's kind of also roughly in line with like when open science started to be a thing too. Like open science, I think really took off in the 2010s, but I mean, it's always been there to some extent. It's always been bubbling around under the surface, but active pushes to share data and open publications and stuff like that's been kind of going on for a bit longer. Yeah. You is older than I am. Don't say that, Astro. That really upsets me. Stop it. Stop it. Okay, so we're going to highlight all of this because this is helpful for me personally. And then the open concept is wisdom of the crowds, stating that many are smarter than few, or in other words, groups are remarkably intelligent and often smarter than the smartest people in them. Yeah, that is true. Wisdom of the crowds is a really interesting concept. And I love that it's starting to be applied to so many things because it does seem very promising. Like I haven't looked into it loads, but I have read a bit about it and it's very cool. Basically, it's this idea that like if you survey a very large swathe of people, then they're more likely to be able to correctly estimate what's going to happen or what might be a good idea than if you ask like a small group of experts. It's really interesting. One way of integrating customers into an early stage of the innovation process is leveraging idea competitions using web-based information technologies. One example can be found in IBM's Innovation Jam, which includes more than 15,000 employees generating 46,000 ideas. Typically, in such contests, participants compete against each other to find the best solution or idea, and the best solutions or ideas are awarded by the seeking organization in the form of monetary rewards. Okay, that kind of sounds similar. That reminds me of those like cybersecurity things. What are they? I forget what they're called, but like those, you know, those competitions that they do for cybersecurity where they like have a problem and then they get loads of people together and then they all compete. It sounds like it's the same but applied to business, which is interesting. Okay. Crowdsourced platforms. Crowdsourcing is CTF. I don't know because I don't know what CTF stands for. But I've heard of like a type of event where they bring together loads of people in cybersecurity all into one place, and then it's like almost like I guess like a hackathon kind of, but like for cybersecurity. Capture the flag? Maybe, I don't know. Could well be. I don't know. I just know that this is a thing. I do not know the name of it. I am not in cybersecurity. But the concept reminds me of that. Okay. Crowdsourcing is increasingly important in approach in practice and research. It's heavily used in the field of open innovation and co-creation to leverage knowledge and experience of the crowd. Many frameworks exist that guide researchers and practitioners in designing crowdsourcing platforms and campaigns. For instance, the input process output framework provided by Gezi et al. States that a clear definition of the problem or task given to the crowd is essential in designing crowdsourced initiatives. Yeah, because like the thing that we see so much in psychology is that people will design like experiments or scales, and then they realize that people are responding to Ignore the noise. That's me putting on some hand cream because my hands are dry. A nice little bit of hand cream ASMR, right? Capture the flag cybersecurity. Okay, yeah, that'll be the one. That'll be the one. I know, you have hands. I do actually have hands. Wait, I can show you them. Wait. Oh, wait, I can't. Okay, I've made a mistake. I've put on hand cream and now I can't actually use my mouse because my hand is slipping all over my mouse. Okay. Is this gonna work? Oh, there we go. Look, I do actually have hands. See? Do you see them? I do actually have hands. One day I'm gonna get hand tracking and then you'll all be sorry. How much hand cream did you put on? Not much, but it's like quite thick hand cream because it's for like eczema. Yeah. It's like eczema hand cream. So it's intense hand cream. Let's see. Okay. Where do we get to? I'm lost and confused. She's gonna get hand tracking and do the nerd hand signal. Can you imagine? That would be threatening. Yeah, I actually would. At some point, I want to make an emote like that because I think we need one. I think it's overdue. I think that should be the next emote that I do. Actually, I do have hands. Yeah. Well, it's true. I do actually have hands. I just don't use them, you know? Like with my current magical girl powers, unfortunately, I can use my mind, but I can't use my hands. Like it's you know how those dark twisted magical girl anime, like there's always something that you have to sacrifice in order to have your to have your powers. You know, like in Yuki Yuna is a hero, you know? My sacrifice is that my hands are permanently glued to the side of my body until I prove myself. And then I'll be allowed to have hands again. Oh no. Like Doctor Strange, hands don't work, but magic does. Exactly. But this is exclusively when I'm in my magical girl form, you know? Like I just stand threateningly. And then I use my perception powers to manipulate what's happening around me, and that defeats the monsters. Don't question it. It's a method, okay? It's a method. But one day I will have hand tracking, and then you'll be sorry. I'll be too powerful. I'll be too powerful. You won't be ready. And you'll also start seeing all of the weird things that I do with my hands. Like when I'm not in my magical girl form, you know, obviously, you know, this is what I am all the time, you know, that I'm fighting misinformation. So this is how I actually look. But beyond when I'm fighting misinformation, if I'm talking and stuff, I make a lot of weird hand movements, and I guess you would start to see that. Oh, the moderator has returned. I've heard noises. If you get hand tracking, do you lose the powers and go on a self-discovery arc? No. Hello. Hello, Husmod. Welcome back. He's waving. He's waving to all of you as well. She's stanced up. Queen, go off, slay. Exactly. I'm stanced. This is my stand, I guess. That's what it means, right? It's like a thing that exists and stands in a weird way, and it's a manifestation of your powers. I don't know. I've never watched JoJo. Well, I have watched the first season of JoJo and then I gave up. I'm sorry. I apologize. There's going to be a small amount of background noises while Husbando settles in after his long day of work. Returning from the mines in order to go into the moderation mines. Yeah. He returns from work and he's going straight back to work because he's going to be back on the moderation grind. So sad. Okay. Right. Where did we get to? The framework company that produces repairable laptops allowed anyone to develop boards and pluggable things. There was one incredible guy who developed a motherboard with support for RSCV processors, which the company does not yet support. That's very cool. See, that's open innovation. That's very cool. This is the thing, like if you open it up, there's going to be one person that just does something interesting with it. Yeah, that is on the topic of open innovation. Yeah, I think that's relevant. Like if you open it up, there's going to be someone that has like an entirely like left field thought. I think it just Yeah. I think it makes things more creative and more fun. And I've been seeing that in science. Like when you give people the opportunity to contribute to science or to like use data in a way that they want to, a lot of the time they'll do something really, really interesting with it because they will have a completely different thought to whoever was collecting the data. It's very cool. Okay. Let's see. We don't need this stuff about crowdsourcing. However, open innovation contests typically address individual skills, experiences, and creativity to create and build new ideas. Open science is a promising approach to extend the boundaries of the problem space exploration phase and invite citizens to participate in the scientific research process. Okay, so I guess they're suggesting that like open innovation and open science and citizen science can all kind of come together and allow open innovation using the citizen science. Interesting. Interesting. And then that would have that would basically be like the Venn diagram with open science research question development would basically be a circle. I think that's kind of what they're saying. Graphics cards are pretty secretive and patent encumbered, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not super on top of like hardware related stuff, but I am aware vaguely of like the big thing about like for example like DeepSeek was the fact that it got around the proprietary CUDA stuff that Nvidia put out, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. I do remember that. Yes. Okay. So I'm going to highlight this bit. Existing design knowledge on crowdsourcing and open innovation systems guides researchers and designers to build systems that strongly focus on crowd workers executing specific tasks motivated through monetary rewards. I think they've said that already. Yeah. In the field of IS, citizen science is a partnership between researchers and people in their everyday lives. Citizens are A, interested in the phenomenon to be investigated, B, part of the collection, collaboration, or co-creation of scientific endeavors, and C, not the direct subject of scientific inquiry. Moreover, there exists no dedicated design knowledge on how to design research problem exploration systems to engage and motivate citizens to participate in a structured way in the scientific process. Okay. I'm going to highlight this part because I think that's relevant. And what I'm now going to do is I'm going to take like a few minutes break just so that I can, you know, say hi to Husmod after his long day at the mines, in the coding mines. So I will be back in 3 to 5 minutes. I don't know. Yeah, I'll see you in a minute. Hello, I'm back. Oh, the music's too loud. Hello, I'm back and Husbando's back. Husbando, our beloved, exactly. He's back. He survived the mines. He did a very, very good job at work today. I'm very proud of him. Okay, I should have run an ad while I was away. I'm so sorry, I forgot. I really, really apologize for that. Okay. Right, so, where were we? Actually, where were we? Okay, self-determination theory. Okay, this is where the psychology comes in. This is a psychology theory. Okay. So, a successfully applied approach when designing systems to motivate and engage users is self-determination theory. It provides a mature and empirically validated approach to human motivation. Is this who I think it is? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Self-determination theory defines a set of psychological needs supporting people's self-motivation and psychological well-being. This includes autonomy to engage in actions that reflect their true selves, relatedness to being connected and experiencing caring for others, and competence, so feeling able and effective. Moreover, it defines different types of motivation ranging from amotivation to intrinsic motivation. The higher the self-determination, the higher the intrinsic motivation. Self-determination theory has been successfully used to explain causal relationships between design features and motivational outcomes for motivation and engagement. Oh, wait, no. In multiple application contexts. For example, in designing for motivation and engagement in digital experiences, in grounding designing features to motivate the users of social media applications, or in designing games to increase game enjoyment and play experience. Okay. Cool. Finally, we've got some psychology. Okay, this wasn't totally like out of left field then. This is a psychology and metascience paper. This is good. This is good. Hi, Chila Aurora. Welcome in. Welcome in. I love learning psychology. You're in the right place. We've just got to the psychology part of the paper finally. Welcome in. I hope you're good. Bit the inside of my mouth on accident. Is there a science reason for this? I wish there was, because I do that all the time. If I do this, then I will know that it's self-determination theory. Okay. I'm going to highlight this part because that's a nice kind of quick summary of what it is. And then I'm just going to highlight all of that. Cool. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. Where am I? Yep, we've read that. Okay. In our study, we use self-determination theory as a kernel theory to inform our proposed design and motivate and engage citizens to participate in the research problem exploration phase of the scientific inquiry. In the digital experience design, the sense of competence is often related to requirements, including challenges, for example, the difficulty of a video game, positive feedback, and opportunities for learning. Since we're not focusing on such features, we build on the two constructs of autonomy and relatedness. Based on the two constructs, we derive design requirements and propose design principles to open the scientific research process and increase the motivation of engagement for the class of citizen science systems. Cool. Okay, that makes sense. So they're applying it to their system, and then they are working out some stuff and things. Very cool. Okay. We've got a diagram. Very good. Okay. So we're going to get to the design science research project setting. We're going to get to that in a second, because now that Husbando is back, I wanna show you all something. I want to show you all something. Husbando originally suggested that I show this after the paper, but we all know there isn't going to be an after the paper because I'm never going to finish the thing. Let's be honest. Let's be real with ourselves. So I'm going to show it now since he's come back. But first I just realized I need to actually download the thing. Actually, I don't think. Shall I do a prediction? Everybody was asking for the prediction. So actually, yes, you are welcome to do the prediction. Is this the most up-to-date version? I don't know. I'm gonna re-download it. Quick, set up your prediction while I'm stalling. Set up your prediction while I'm stalling. I'm stalling so bad right now. Okay. this, and then this. I swear this will be worth it, I promise. I promise this will be worth it. We're going to get rid of the picture of Alert Canada. We're going to put that in. Okay. 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 I'm showing you something that I'm very excited about. We're going to put this away for a second. So, I'm going to put this away for a second. So, do any of you remember my Sisyphus moment? Do any of you remember? Oh, there's a prediction. There you go. There's a prediction now as to whether I will finish the paper. Spoiler alert, the answer's probably not. So, do any of you remember my return stream where we raised a lot of money for charity? That was very good. I was very happy that we raised a lot of money for charity. But do you remember there was a section of it where I said I had goals for this year, right? One of my goals for this year was for our beloved Husmod to finally have his own character design, because it's getting out of hand. He can't keep being represented by a cube, okay? As much as I love the tungsten cube, he cannot keep being represented by the tungsten cube. This is getting ridiculous. So, me and Husmod may or may not have collaborated to create a Husmod design. And then we may or may not have politely asked our good friend Mylin from V-Theorem, !V-Theorem, to create us some lovely art. Hang on, where is it? There we go. !V-Theorem. There you go. Mylin Akamon on YouTube. Please absolutely go and subscribe to them. Yes, they are they are so talented. They are very, very talented, yes. Their art is so good. Go and watch their lore video. If you haven't already, go watch their lore video. It's very, very cute, and there is a the I cameo in it along with the rest of V-Theorem. It's very nice. So we asked Mylin to do a very, very special commission for us, actually. Which was we have this one wedding photo that means a lot to us. And we basically asked Mylin, would it be possible for you to recreate this? And they were like, I'll do my best. I'll do my best. Their best is excellent, okay? And that's what I'm going to show right now. I'm going to show this. Look at this. How cool is this? There it is. There it is. This is a recreation of one of our photos. It's very, very cool. It is pretty cool, thank you. Hang on, let me zoom in. But there you go. There is indeed finally a Husmod design. Can you see the tungsten cube influence? Can you see the cube influence? I hope you like it. I hope you like it. I hope you like the design, because me and Husmod spent, I don't know, how like a fair amount of time going back and forth trying to work out what the design should look like. And I think we've done pretty good. I think it captures the fact that he is a wise and mildly threatening mage, but also very tired. And also it has the tungsten. Do you see? There's a little tungsten cube. Do you see it? Do you see it? Do you see the cube? I put that there. I was like, I'm sorry, but no matter what, you need to have an actual just like cube somewhere. But also very tired. He was just like me, for real, for real. I know, right? So relatable. But yeah, this art makes me so happy. It makes me very, very happy. So yeah, we're probably gonna start using this in places. We've already decided we're gonna print it out and put it on the wall because it's very cute. I should make some fan art. I should learn to draw. Look, I appreciate anything, okay? I appreciate anything. If you want to even just like, I don't know. I personally am welcome of any creative pursuits. You could crochet a Psydere for all I care, and I would be like, oh, that's so cool. But yeah, this is the art. It made me very, very happy. Yeah, no, it was the pose that was the reference. Yeah, it was the pose that was the reference. We asked them like, could you basically just do it in this pose? Because like, obviously, like, you know, I do a bit of art, but I'm terrible at anatomy, and I'm also terrible at. I'm actually just terrible at like anime style in general, to be honest. But Mylin is so good. Mylin, if you didn't know this, Mylin actually like made and rigged their own model. And they've also made if you saw it on the V Theorem debut the other day, they also made one for Z. So Z also now has a live 2D model thanks to Mylin. It's so good. It's so good. I'll make a velocity edit. I live in fear. I don't know what that is. Memes are always welcome. Memes are welcome. Silly doodles are welcome. Anything is always welcome. You know, I appreciate all of it because like most of the stuff that I use, I'm not gonna lie, I just did it myself. So, it would be nice to be able to like feature some stuff that people in the community made occasionally because I think there's that absolutely lovely drawing by Anela that Bushy and Anela worked on together. That is very, very cute. That makes me really happy. And I think Bobo's done a few very, very funny cursed edits. And then Nightmind, of course, made the Psydere, which is we love it, but it's also cursed. So yeah. Art with the two of you in the Steins Gate back-to-back pose would go hard. I'm not gonna lie, that would be very cool. I would love that. The dancing tungsten. That lives with me. That lives with me. Also, that reminds me actually, we're gonna have to run an ad, so I'm just gonna do some yapping while the art's up. And then I'm gonna do some yapping while the art's up. And then while the ad's talking, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tell you about a really cursed dream that I had last night. Okay? I'm not that kind of psychologist, so you're all welcome to like analyze me based on my dream. Right. Okay. So my dream Husband's pulling a funny face at me because he already knows what this dream was. So basically, I had a dream where me and Hosmod were chilling at home, and then we heard a weird noise, and then we looked out of the window, and there was like a bus, right? It was like a really, really big bus. Like it was like dual carriageway wide. Like it was like enough to take up 2 lanes. So it was really wide, and it was also really long. And then on top of it was a giant robot. It was like a Gundam bus, basically. And we were like, both of us looked out the window, and I was like, there's a huge robot, I want to go there. And then Husmod was like, I'm more interested in the bus, I'm not gonna lie. Like, that's a very wide bus, what's up with the bus? So we went out and we went over to it, and then the guy who was driving the bus was like, yeah, you can just go on. You can just go on the bus. And we went in, and it was just basically a giant, like, I don't know if you know what I mean when I say this, but like an indoor playground. It was an indoor playground. So it had like loads of soft, like, play area things. There was like a ball pit. There was like those like roller things that kids go between. There was just like loads of things to jump around on. There was like massive slides, stuff like that. But it was for adults. So it was all like bigger. It was for adults. Like the play areas in old McDonald's, yeah, but like inside. Because the McDonald's play areas here were always outside, so I don't know. Maybe they had that. I don't know. Maybe that's a thing in the US. Here, they're like, it would be normally like old converted warehouses. It would, yeah, you would go in there and there'd be like all of these soft furnishings and stuff like that. So yeah, we went in the Gunpla and there was loads of like soft play area stuff. And then we were like just looking around, and then the bus started moving, and then it just started driving, and then it just drove and drove and drove. And I don't know where it went, but we asked like, can we get off? And they were like, no, you can't get off while the bus is moving. And we were like, okay. And then eventually it stopped, and it stopped like really, really, really far away, like in a different country. And we were like, now what? Nobody told us this bus was going to take us so far. So yeah, that's the story of my dream. It was very strange. I don't know why my brain decided to piece those things together in the way that it did, Maybe it was a feminine urge to go and play in a soft play area, because I do really like the rollers. I don't know if you know what I mean, but like the foam rollers that you can lie between and then like go through them, very satisfying. Very, very satisfying. I love them. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, the ad's done. That's good. Okay. I'll put that away. We'll bring up Zotero again. We're doing science again. I get it. It reminds me of some of the climbing exercise gyms over here. They get bouncy places and pits and climbing stuff. Yeah, that's exactly what it's like. Exactly. The neurological reasons for why dreams are the way they are might be pretty interesting. Yeah. I mean, I think that this is probably like something to do with the fact that I've just been thinking about them a little bit recently, like the play areas, because I got reminded of one that was near me when I was growing up, and then I just started thinking about them again. So I think that's probably why I ended up having the dream, but I don't know where the Gundam came from. Because it was a Gundam, like it wasn't any other kind of robot, it was a Gundam. So yeah, I don't know what was going on with that. I guess that was just the weeb part being inserted somehow. I don't know. Gundam needs no excuse. It doesn't need an excuse, but I would like an explanation. Because, like, I don't know what was up with that. I don't know what was up with that. Oh no. Okay. Right. Okay, paper. We're doing the paper. Let's go. Okay. Oh, hello. What? Nah. Okay. Right. I'm gonna have some water and then we will keep going. Early tsunami intensifies in your dreams. Probably, actually. Probably. Actually, to be honest, the one that comes back to me as like an intrusive thought is the intro for Sonic X. That's what comes back to me all the time. Okay. So the design science process. No, the design science research project setting. This study is part of a larger DSR project that delivers design knowledge and an innovative solution research problem exploration system for a real world problem of involvement of self-determined citizens in the scientific inquiry field of open science. I feel what? What's this reference? Gregor and Hevner positioning and presenting design science research for maximum impact. Okay. Well, I'm glad it's part of a larger study, but I'm not really sure how to respond to that. The primary objective of this research project is to provide design knowledge that supports researchers and citizens in jointly working on scientific research projects with a specific focus on the problem exploration phase. DSR aims to support researchers in designing and evaluating novel artifacts. We adopted the DSR approach based on the process proposed by Kupla and Vaishnavi. As illustrated in Figure 1, we iteratively designed and evaluated our proposed artifact in 2 complete design cycles. Similar to the approach by Tourani et al., the work presented in this paper focuses on reporting the theoretically grounded second design principle. The second design cycle, even. Goodness gracious. The following sections provide background information on the overall DSR project and illustrate our research goal. In the first design cycle, we started with an exploratory literature review on systems supporting open science approaches. The findings highlighted that previous research emphasizes the importance of transparency and openness in scientific research in the field of IS and beyond. One essential purpose of open science is the responsibility of scholars to be open and accountable to society. Moreover, from a societal perspective, engaging with society to understand problems and provide solutions is critical and constitutes a prerequisite for responsible research and innovation in research. In design science specifically, transparency has been found to be an important quality criteria, and problem-based transparency has been found to be 1 out of 6 fundamental transparency challenges. Citizen science is a prominent approach fostering extensive public participation in research projects aiming to close the gap between scientific and public perspectives on real-world problems. Moreover, researchers have involved citizens in specific tasks or activities in research projects such as bird count or Galaxy Zoo in order to support the systematic involvement of citizens in the research process. We propose design knowledge for the class of citizen science systems to explore real-world problems jointly. I feel like this entire section is just like reiterating all of the things from the introduction. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just reading it because I have nothing to add because I feel like we've gone over all of this already. In the first design cycle, we identified an initial set of design requirements from the literature and implemented a first. There we go. That's actually helpful. Okay. In the first design cycle, we identified an initial set of design requirements from the literature and implemented a first prototypical implementation of a research problem exploration system. In order to evaluate it, we followed a formulative evaluation strategy as suggested by Venable and colleagues. The first evaluation aimed to demonstrate an early stage prototype and evaluate its usability in an artificial setting. Focusing on system interaction and not on content generation, we recruited citizens using Prolific to understand the proposed system's usability and functionality. Prolific is a versatile crowdsourcing data acquisition platform, providing a large base of citizens across society with different backgrounds, and is widely used as a dedicated research subject pool. Moreover, citizens' participation on large crowdsourcing words. Oh my gosh. Moreover, citizens participating on large crowdsourcing platforms are typically familiar with tasks such as evaluating system functionalities in early stages and providing high-quality feedback, for instance, in reporting usability issues. Each participant was rewarded with a payment of £5 We invited participants to share their challenges and experiences regarding the topic home office, as this setting recently revealed new challenges and unexpected problems for many workers and students. I'm just going to say, this might mean something very, very different. Like depending on the way that they phrased it, this is the name of like one of the government bodies that's in charge of like various things. So depending on who they've recruited, this could mean very different things. I hope they accounted for that in their description. Thank you for the follow, Shinster. Welcome in. Welcome in. You are now part of the research participation pool. I hope you're ready to take part in some research. We're just reading it today, though, so you've got your introduction's not too bad, I hope. Okay. Overall, 30 crowd workers in the role of citizens with different backgrounds were participated in the evaluation using the system. They've provided some detailed stuff regarding who is taking part in the appendix. Actually, they have Appendix 1 online experiment task description. Is this in the paper or nah? No, it's not. Okay, that's in the supplemental. Okay. Noted. Okay. That would be helpful to see, but it's fine. They are Germans, right? And Liechtenstein? Yeah, so they wouldn't know what home office would mean necessarily to British. Hang on. Is it just people in Germany? Yeah, it's just Germany and Liechtenstein, so they wouldn't necessarily know what that would mean. Okay. That's an interesting thing that I don't know if they would have considered. That's very interesting. Okay. Well, I guess we can... I probably won't. I'll probably forget. But might be able to have a quick look at the appendix and see what they wrote. Because if they were like, oh yeah, working in a home office, then that's easy. If they've literally just written home office with that level of capitalization, that means something very, very different in a UK context. Always am. Let's go. The intro is great. Thank you. Thank you, Shinster. Welcome in. The reward was £5, so they might have still recruited in England. Yeah, I think Prolific, like the default is a UK sample. Although it doesn't necessarily say that they were a UK sample actually. But I think the default is UK and then the second biggest is US. So, yeah. Not sure. They explored the home office problem space by sharing 32 research problem descriptions. On average, it took participants 17 minutes to complete the study, or 17.87, minutes to complete the study. After using the research problem exploration system, we asked the participants in open text fields for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats regarding the prototype in an additional questionnaire. Okay. This is interesting. The length of time isn't necessarily. I don't think that really is helpful information for my purposes. And then that. Okay, cool. Cool. They analyzed the responses and found 63 strengths, 44 weaknesses, 45 opportunities, and 33 threats. Supplementary link DOI. Thank you. Thank you. I think I can get to it directly through the paper as well, actually. Boop. Yes, I can. Cool. Where is it, though? That's a problem. Oh, no, there it is. It's right there. Supplementary file. Oh, it's a PDF. Thank goodness. Okay. That's good. That means that I can actually do something with it. Okay. Let's have a quick look. Right. Okay, what am I doing? I'm going like this, and then I'm going like this. Okay. So this is the... Go away. The highlight your PDFs. I didn't ask. Okay. This is the supplemental material. So this is the online experiment task description. So in order to fulfill your first task, please log in and perform the following actions. Explore the functionality of the system. Participate in the home office challenge using the system. Okay. And then how did that look? In time. Okay, it says in times of corona, home office is a possible means to reduce social contact. Okay, so it was very, very clear. Okay, cool. See, this is how peer review works. You identify a potential issue, and then you look at their stuff and you see if they actually did anything. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Right. Where do we get to? Oh yeah. So there's got a nice little flow chart. We'll come back to that. Let's see. Okay. So the reported strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats were grouped into 12 categories. We discovered that most strengths relate to the ease or efficiency. For example, easy to use. Weaknesses are related to exploration and organization. For example, no ranking of top challenges with most likes or no possibility of comments. Okay. So they found it easy to use. That's always a positive, but they wished for a few more features, which would make it a bit more nuanced. Okay. And then opportunities are most pronounced in statements related to the system's problem submission feature for citizens. For example, more transparency for the problems of the citizens. Okay. And then threats most frequently deal with trolls and platform abuse. For example, no censorship of swear words, insults, or confidential data. Okay, cool. Those are some very good points. That's very good. That's very good use of that. I'm just going to highlight all of this. Based on the first demonstration, we found evidence that the initial prototype implementation of the system lacked intrinsic motivation and engagement features. Specifically, the participants reported wanting to connect more with other citizens with similar challenges and discuss their problems or thoughts. Moreover, they stated that the purpose of submitting research problems is unclear and that there is no well-defined process description unfolding how the reported research problem descriptions will be integrated into the scientific inquiry. Based on the results of the SWOT analysis and our learnings from the first cycle, we conducted a second cycle building on the preliminary findings. Okay, cool. That makes sense. Cool. Yeah. So those challenges that they've highlighted and the strength and stuff, that all seems to make sense to me. And yeah, they wanted more ways to engage. So, and to connect with other people on the platform. That makes sense. Because like obviously a big motivator is social motivators. So as in like people want to be able to connect with people and discuss what they're doing and find others with shared experiences and things like that and like build connections. That's a very, very big motivator. So if you can integrate that into the platform somehow, then that would be very good for intrinsic motivation of using it. That makes sense. Okay. In the second design cycle, we reflected on the results and findings from the first. As part of the second cycle, we refined the theoretical grounding and introduced self-determination theory as our kernel theory. The underlying idea is that Okay, we'll say this part. This part's important, and then they're going to describe that again, which we don't need. The underlying idea is that our design triggers the intrinsic motivation of citizens to participate in to participate actively in research problem exploration projects. Based on the previous findings and the kernel theory, we refined and extended the DRs. I've forgotten what DR stands for. Design something? Acronyms, man. DR? Hello? It's design something, I guess. I don't know. It stands for Danganronpa. I really don't think it does, Lankuri. Oh, imagine if it did, though. That would be great. What does DF and DP stand for, though? Okay. Grounded in the requirements, we proposed an initial set of design principles and derived design features. Furthermore, we classified the explanatory description text and added a clear process description of how the submitted research problems are embedded into the scientific research process. Moreover, in the second cycle, I think this is the important part, right? So clearer stuff around there. And then we instantiated the design principles and extended the prototypical implementation by implementing the derived DFs. Ugh. They're losing me with the DFs and the DPs and the DRs and whatever, you know? They're losing me with it. They're losing me with it. I'm confused. I'm in pain. Finally, we evaluated the prototype in an online experiment with 80 participants to better understand the impact of the DPs. Additionally, we evaluated the prototype in 2 field studies, inviting citizen science to report their challenges in a naturalistic setting. The field studies aim to evaluate the system in a natural setting with actual citizens, emphasizing the external validity and assuring rigorous assessment of the effectiveness of the artifact. You don't... Okay, fine. Okay. Cool. We invited citizens to blah, blah, blah. They invited people to... Basically, that's... I don't know what else to say here. They did that. Design features is really... Is design features really so hard to say? Do we need these acronyms? I know. This is one of the things that really annoys me about scientific papers is when they just yeet in loads of acronyms that just don't need to be there. Honestly, it's like, I'm confused. I'm confused. Hi, Doc Rect. How are you doing? How are you doing? I hope you're good. Okay. So we invited citizens to participate voluntarily in the... Have fun. That sounds vaguely threatening, doesn't it? Have fun in the moderation mines. Okay. You will have fun. You will enjoy yourself. That's right. You will enjoy science today, whether you want to or not. Just done cycling? Cycling? Does that say cycling? I'm sorry, Dark Rex, I'm confused. My brain's not processing words super well today. Pet the mods, exactly. I agree. You will work in the moderation mines and you will like it. He enjoys it secretly. He enjoys it secretly. Okay. Oh, doing the cyclette? What is a cyclette? I don't know what that is. I'm so confused. I might have learned a new word today. Wait, let me look it up. Wait. Cyclette. I've learned a new word today. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we call that an exercise bike. That's so cool. I didn't know that was a word for that. Okay. I've learned something today. Thank you for expanding my vocabulary. Have fun. That sounds threatening. We'll take that into consideration. Oh no. Second monitor content? How dare you? How dare you? I am at least worth half of the first, you know? At least. The council will decide their fate. So threatening. I'm scared. Okay. We invited No, we didn't. We invited citizens to participate voluntarily in the problem exploration phase of the scientific inquiry. Moreover, we stated that we take the most important challenges as input into a design seminar where students design a prototype for the challenge. All the participating citizens in the field studies did not receive any reward or payment for their contribution. That seems a bit rude. Oh well. In order to inform citizens about the ability to submit challenges regarding sustainability and home office topics, we use social media channels from the university, local newspaper announcements, and the Institute's website to engage citizens in a call to action. The experiment was designed as a between-subject study with two groups. One, the treatment group, and two, the baseline group as the control condition. The participants were randomly assigned, and both groups were first provided with an introduction and exploration of the task. The task included interacting with the provided research problem, exploration system, and contributing to home office challenges. After executing the task, we asked the participants about their experience of using the platform. Cool. Additionally, we used items from some scales to measure the perceived autonomy and perceived relatedness of the participants. So that's how they autonomy is like how much in control you feel of your situation. So like how much you feel like you can direct your own behavior rather than being told what to do. And relatedness is basically how connected you feel to other people. So yeah. Oh, hello. My alarm is going off. It's time for my medication. How we call it in Italy. So I feel threatening. Okay. Why is your alarm so terrifying? Because if it's not terrifying, I don't do it. You know? Oh, my thing's not opening. Honestly, what is going on with the scuff today? It's really bad. This is what happens when Hosmod isn't here from the beginning. There's been so much scuff. What's the paper? It's about designing a open research infrastructure or system which facilitates citizen science engagement. So getting people in the general public to contribute towards developing research questions. That's what they're doing. Okay, let me drink some water. How nice of the authors to invite people to participate voluntarily. Yeah, as opposed to like being, as opposed to not having any choice. I think not having any choice would not pass the ethics board. Okay, fine, Psydere's alarm. I will take my meds. You know what? I've seen other people have like a bot reminder in chat to take their medication. I don't need that. I just have a really, really aggressively audible alarm, and then we will all do it. If it doesn't activate your fight or flight response, then how can it get your attention? Exactly. Exactly. If it's not aggressive, then what's the point? If I don't feel like there's a strong chance that it could predate on me, then there's no point in having it. Let's see. Okay. Maybe that's why no compensation was given. The study is to increase public interest, basically. So setting the bar with goodwill rather than incentive is a nice start. That's very true. That's very true. Also, hi, Luck Director. Welcome in. I hope you're good. That is very, very true. They are literally measuring engagement, aren't they? So, or like intrinsic motivation to engage with science. So having no payment for it makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to work out. Okay. Cool. Right. Additionally, we use the items provided by these people to measure those things. A selected set of the most relevant challenges was further investigated in the design-orientated research projects conducted by groups of students in a design seminar. Okay. I think we'll go over the design. We'll go over the design requirements. We'll find out what they thought was required, because this seems like the kind of thing that I'll probably speedrun. And then, I'm not gonna lie, it's probably time for us to have dinner. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Luck Detra. Welcome in. Welcome in. You may now participate in our research. You've just signed the consent form. You're part of the participants now. Thankfully, I'm not going to force you to take part in a citizen science project, though. Not yet, anyway. Perhaps one day. You're still going? I am. Welcome back, Bushy. I'm still going. I haven't read the paper yet. It's 4 hours in. This is getting out of hand. I mean, we're like halfway through the paper, so that's not too bad, to be fair. More than halfway. Yeah. Yeah. So maybe we'll finish it another time. I don't know. I know that like when I do split streams, like it's quite stressful for a lot of people, but I think because like they haven't seen the first part of it, but if people are interested, then I'll do a follow-up, and if not, then I'll just summarize the findings, or you can read the paper yourself, to be fair. The DOI link's right there. Yeah. I will never get work done because no co-working. There might be co-working another time though, you know. I don't want to become like a purely co-working streamer, you know, because that's not fun. I like yapping too much. I am born to yap. Born to yap, forced to co-work. Terrible stuff. 2468 for you. It's getting real late. Don't call me out like that. It's fine. It's fine. We've got time to make food. Loads of time. Loads of time. If you don't stream every day, we will die and we'll have to take meds when that goes off. That's true. That's true. You should all set your own alarms for the equivalent of 7:30 UTC. Imagine just like a worldwide network of alarms all going off at the same time at a weirdly specific time. We should make it like 33 minutes past or something. Hi, Nutrizane. Welcome in. Welcome in. More than halfway while I look at a page 7 of 16 indicator. Look, it's not 7 of 16. It's 6 out of 16. But some of the pages at the bottom are references, so they don't count. Look. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 3.5 pages are references. So they don't count. So that means we're actually on page 6 out of 13, which means we're about halfway through. And I'm going to finish this section, and then we'll be on page 8 out of 13, and that's more than halfway through. So I don't like your negativity, thank you very much. I swear, the maths does maths. I swear. Quick math, exactly. Exactly. Okay. Right. We'll do this section. Okay. Grounded on the findings of the first cycle, we identified the need to involve citizens in the scientific research process more systematically. Additionally, we identified the lack of motivation and the lack of guidance and process descriptions as 2 major issues in the evaluation phase of the first cycle. To trigger the intrinsic motivation of citizens, we identified the self-determination theory proposed by Ryan and Deci, 2000, as a promising kernel theory. Social determination theory is an established approach to human motivation as it has been widely used for designing, for motivating, and engagement in digital experiences. It addresses different factors to facilitate motivation. More precisely, social determination theory was developed focusing on intrinsic motivation or motivation based on the inherited satisfaction resulting from actions for an individual to act on their environment for a self-determining fashion. This is just a fancy way of saying somebody has a reason to do a thing, and therefore they do it off their own volition rather than because their environment is forcing them to. That's basically what that's saying. The psychological needs of autonomy and relatedness require satisfaction and are the underlying concepts supporting intrinsic motivation. So basically, yeah, autonomy is like being able to direct your own behavior rather than having other people tell you what to do. You need to get a right balance. And relatedness is like your social needs, so connecting with other people. 50% and 16 words per minute. Astro, please. Okay, but how do I compare to Mylan though, actually? Because I can't remember what Mylan's was. How do I compare? I need to know. To increase the motivation of citizens to participate in the problem exploration phase of scientific inquiry, we leveraged self-determination theory in our design process as kernel theory. Based on the 2 concepts of autonomy and relatedness provided by the social determination theory, we derived design requirements for research problem exploration systems. Mylin's lowest was like 21 words per minute. That's because they're much more competent than me. I'm too distractible, seriously. This is a problem. This is a problem. It's fine though, because we're getting through it, right? We're getting through it. A radical psychological theory. People do a thing when they want to do it. Yeah, but it's trying to highlight the factors that make people want to do it, you know? Because if you know what makes people want to do things, then you can gently encourage them to do the thing. Because it's like mutually beneficial, right? You can do it. At least you read much faster than me, but I always go back and forth with my cases. See, to be fair, obviously when I'm reading on my own, not on stream, I do get through things like, if I'm locked in, I would get through a 16-page paper in like 2 hours at the most, even if I'm reading it really intensely. Probably this one, I probably would have skipped big chunks of it, so it would have been about half an hour. But I've been struggling to focus because of my knee, so I thought I might as well just stream it. To be fair, recovering from 3 words to minute to 16 is pretty good. Thank you. Thank you. I'm too powerful. I can accelerate when I want to. I'd love to see the variability between sections. Like, I'd love to see the variability over time, because there must be like periods of like 10 minutes where the words per minute are just 0 because I've gone off on a tangent, and then other times where it's like 100 because I'm going too quick. Yeah. Based on the literature introduced above, and the findings of the first design cycle, we derived a set of design requirements in the second cycle. As argued by McCarthy et al. And Davidson et al., identifying relevant real-world problems requires the involvement of those affected already in the initial problem identification phase, which is crucial for the success of scientific research projects. Therefore, researchers must identify and involve the relevant stakeholders and discover their needs. Tackling real-world challenges, citizens are affected stakeholders and must be involved in the problem exploration phase. We thus articulate our first and second design requirements as follows. 1, the system should enable the involvement of citizens to jointly explore the problem space of research projects together with researchers. And 2, the system should enable researchers to identify the most relevant classes of problems in the problem space of a research project. Yeah. So it's, yeah. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. So, yeah. So it needs to simultaneously let the citizens engage, and it also needs to clearly highlight to the scientists which ones the citizens are saying is the most important. Okay. That adds up. That adds up. We learned the paper and general geography of Liechtenstein. That is very true. That is very true. We got to explore the University of Liechtenstein, so it was all worth it in the end. add a leaderboard of top citizen researchers. That sounds distressing. that would make people compete, but like, I mean, that might be a good thing, but the second that you've got that level of competition in something that's meant to be inherently collaborative, it's just introducing people trying to game the system. So I don't know if that's a good idea in this case. It's a very descriptive measure. The 1 hour at the start and the Liechtenstein tangent are included. Exactly. There's too much variability. We need to bin it. Like we need to find a way to automate the data collection on my words per minute and then put it into bins, and then be able to like disregard the bins where we're going on a tangent that we've just decided is yapping, you know? Because if it was that, like if it was just looking at the bits where I'm reading, I feel like the words per minute is actually pretty quick. The Marmite cheese was a hefty tangent too. That's very true. That's very true. That was a big tangent. Oh dear. I need to do a scientific investigation into which is the best cheese for Marmite. This is my life goal. Okay. Due to the heterogeneity of contributors, ensuring data quality is a major issue in citizen science and crowdsourcing. Furthermore, a clear definition of the task given to the crowd is essential in any crowdsourcing system. To enable appropriate understanding and description of the problem space, we proposed a conceptual model consisting of 4 key concepts following Major et al. 1, needs informing, 2, goals that are satisfied by, 3, requirements, while 1 to 3 are contextualized and influenced by different 4 stakeholders. Okay. That doesn't entirely make sense to me. So there are requirements. So there are needs. The needs inform the goals. The goals are satisfied by the requirements. And the needs, goals, and requirements are contextualized and influenced by the stakeholders. Okay, that seems like a really complicated way to write that, actually. It's like, basically, it's a flowchart from needs to goals to requirements. And like stakeholders is subsuming all of it because they're involved in all of it. That's what that means. Okay. That was quite difficult to understand in the way that it was written. Okay. Yeah, but that's harder to tease about. you could find the yap to paper ratio. That would actually be really interesting. I wonder if I go off on more tangents on papers that are like not interesting. Or not interesting, because I only read papers that are interesting. Yeah. I only read papers that are interesting. So maybe papers that are like harder to process or have more jargon or something. I wonder. Now I'm interested. We're gonna do science one day. Okay. Okay, so actually I've just realized I didn't need to do any of the self-determination theory highlighting. This part I will. I'm gonna highlight this. And I'm gonna highlight this. Okay. Because those bits are important. So the design requirement 3, the system should request structured and complete research problem specifications, ensuring high data quality. And 4, the system should support citizens with no research background and knowledge in capturing new research problem descriptions. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Like, support people to be able to contribute. One of the main goals in the proposed system is to increase transparency involving society in the initial phase of the research processes, and create a partnership between IS researchers and people in their everyday lives on a large scale. So the 5th requirement is the system should ensure data and process transparency. Cool. The need for relatedness is the psychological need to interact, feel connected, and share experiences with others. Yeah, that's right. I don't know why I had to think about that. What the heck? The feeling of being connected with others can enhance motivation. Exploring research problem in scientific inquiry is an interactive process between different stakeholders and requires interaction between them. To increase participants' motivation, the feeling of relatedness is relevant and needs to be considered in the design of problem exploration systems. That is very sensible. That makes sense to me. So therefore, the system should engage citizens in discussing research problem descriptions with others who have similar challenges or experiences. Okay, cool. We already have enough game in the system in the scientific process. This is very true. The leaderboard would definitely encourage game in the metrics. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like this is just a case where it just, like, normally I would say leaderboard is good. Leaderboard is good if you're trying to encourage, like, individual motivation, if that makes sense. So, like, how can I describe this? So, like, what this is trying to do is to motivate people to get involved in some kind of a collective effort. Whereas, like, so for that, you need to really facilitate a sense of like we're all like a shared goal. We're all working on the same thing. The second that you put a leaderboard on, it shifts it to being individual. So yeah, I am an individual and I am doing this and I want to move up the leaderboard. So it moves the focus away from being a collective problem that we're all solving together to being like something that I need to win at. Yeah, which would be counterintuitive for this, or not counterintuitive, but counterproductive for this. Like if you're trying to get people to learn a language, leaderboard would be great because that's an individual skill that you're trying to develop. If you're trying to get an entire, I don't know, if you're trying to collect information about a language, then you don't necessarily want the leaderboard because people will fight for spots on the leaderboard, but that might sacrifice quality. So, yeah. I'm reading the civil case about alleged battery, and I'm reading the defense response to the claim, and it is spicy with how passive-aggressive the defense attorney is. Though to be fair, the plaintiff had 6 different retellings of the event, which were all inconsistent. Oh lord. That sounds interesting. Passive-aggressive defense attorney is very funny though. That's very funny. What if we do a scoreboard where the individual scores are added? I feel like that would still be the same thing though. Possibly something that could work is like putting people into smaller teams and then having the teams on a leaderboard. But I think that would still risk too much competition. At least in this case, yeah. So like because it's collective effort, you really need it to be a collective goal. So I'm trying to think. I guess it would be like the difference between having like a channel point redeem that individuals can fight to use. So like for example, the sound alerts, like if there's a really good time to use like the nya like sound alert, then people might fight to be the first person to do it. Versus like, or like if you're collecting individual points and then there's like a leaderboard of how many people have the most points, then that makes people want to collect more points. Versus like the community challenges, like the maid outfit one, for example, like everybody wants to all put their points in towards a collective goal. And it doesn't matter whether they put in a little bit or a lot. It's just the fact that they're doing it that's helpful. So I guess that would be a pretty good analogy. So I guess you could do like collective goals, like, oh, if everybody all together collectively, I don't know, collects this many data or suggest this many research questions that go on to actually be used, then you will get a collective reward. That would be fun. Maybe like a badge or something, like a shared badge that anyone can get as long as they're active during that time. Something like that. That might work, but don't know. Posh lawyer reading out some street speak was the only thing that kept me sane during jury duty. That sounds very funny. That does sound very, very funny. Progress bar? Maybe, actually. Progress bar could work as long as it's like a collective progress bar. Wouldn't it be wild if we all collaborated on a paper involving the wisdom of the masses and make that a big goal? That would be very fun, actually, though, wouldn't it? Having a maid outfit. That's what I assume you're talking about, is having a maid outfit as being the goal of the wisdom of the crowd. What if we did a study into the wisdom of the crowd about maid outfits? Yeah, that might be interesting. Taking a 5-minute block of talking gets 34 words per minute, which is pretty good. We're also explaining it. Okay. Thank you. The number go up. See, this is what I mean. Individual leaderboard, number go up. I'm going to keep going fast. Okay. The need for autonomy within SDT represents the psychological need to act authentically as oneself and engage in activities freely, not because one should or must, for instance, but because of social pressure or norms. Yeah, so you want to avoid, for one to feel like they've got autonomy, you need to avoid them feeling like they're being pressured or like they're just doing something because it's the norm to do it. All people have the desire to be autonomous and to engage in actions that reflect themselves. The perceived autonomy is high if activities are done because of personal interest. Because the participation of citizens in citizen science activities outside of paid scientific experiments is most often voluntary, participants' autonomy would typically be high. However, research problem exploration systems can provide autonomy within the system. For example, citizens may want to provide research problem descriptions to the full extent or just add their thoughts on existing ones. Also, the system asking questions regarding the research problem concept should support choices in collecting different levels of problem descriptions to support autonomy. Therefore, we articulate the following 2 design requirements. The system should provide multiple ways to create research problem description submissions, and the problem should provide choices when asking for details on the research problem description. Cool. That makes sense. Okay. I'm gonna highlight this part. That's all helpful and useful. Okay. And then finally, based on feedback provided by citizens in the first design cycle, reporting that it was unclear what would happen with their submitted research problem descriptions, we derived another requirement as follows. The system should describe the entire research process and how citizens can contribute to the process by providing research problem descriptions. Okay, cool. That also makes sense. Cool. Okay. So, page 8 of 16. If you're a page number purist, we are halfway through. So that's good. That's good. Oh, I just meant the paper being published under Streamer et al. As a goal. I may or may not be trying to work on something that would end up with a Psydere et al. Paper. Well, actually, no, it'd probably be a Psydere and someone else paper. Well, actually, I've been talking to 2 people about this. Like, I genuinely, like, my oh, we're going to put this away now. We're done with the paper for now. We might come back to it next time. I'm not sure. It depends. If I have to do another, like, work time stream to get through a paper, we might come back to it. One of my actual goals is to, like, do research on stream. And that's obviously really, really difficult to do. Really, really difficult to do because of things like ethics, etc. But I think there might be ways that we could do it. Yeah. So I think they'd be interesting to try. They'd be interesting to try. Yeah. But I need to think about what it would actually look like, but I think I need a bit more mental space to be able to think about what that would look like. You know? Uh, Can you actually author under a pseudonym though? It depends on the journal. In some of them you can, but in all honesty, I was thinking of just pre-printing. Because like a lot of places are fine with preprints now anyway, so yeah. And like I'm not in academia, so I don't need to publish in a journal. I have no reason to, and I'd prefer to like keep Psydere activities as non-profit as possible. And if I can do like a small thing of like, you know, publishing a paper or publishing a preprint on PsyArchive, for example, and then maybe like as part of that, then like maybe raise a bit of money to support their upkeep costs, that would make me very happy. That's my kind of vague thinking about it at the minute, but I haven't thought about it super in depth because, like I said, I think I need a bit more mental space to be able to like really process what I'd end up doing. Hi, Andy Hopeful. Welcome in. I see you talked a bit about an ethical way to conduct therapy on Twitch. What could educated person provide to this platform, and how should it be conducted? Someone who's already doing it correctly. I see that you're more interested in the scientific aspect of psychology, but how would you approach working directly with people? Yeah, so I'm a research psychologist. I'm not a clinical psychologist. I don't work with people full stop. I literally just do like lab research and desk research. My general, yeah, I think I put my thoughts on this in a comment actually on that clip video that I made, because we talked about it a little bit and I had a few initial thoughts and I've kind of been thinking about this a bit more ever since. If you just let me bring up the video, because otherwise I'm gonna forget something. But yeah, my general gut instinct is that it's probably not possible to do it ethically. There are just I think it would be possible to role play. So role playing between two professionals, I think that would absolutely be possible. However, doing anything that even approximates actual therapy with somebody who is not an informed professional, there's just too many risks. So one of the things that we kind of back and forth about was potentially like maybe streamers would be okay with it because streaming is within their professional expertise and therefore they can make a judgment about what they want on the internet or don't want on the internet. But that only assumes part of the picture, because that assumes that they know what would be going on the internet as a result of doing that process. But the reality is that for a lot of people, even once they've had therapy explained to them, they still don't actually really understand what it is until they start doing it. So there's a lot of things involved in therapy that people don't quite click until they start doing it. And you know, so many people drop out of therapy, and that in itself is evidence for this being a thing. So I don't think that there is really, even if they think that they are giving informed consent, I'm not convinced that they actually would be. Okay. The second thing is that like sometimes people react to therapy in ways that they didn't expect. So they might go into it but thinking like, I'm a really stoic person. There's no way that I would get upset on stream, or like I'll just make a joke out of it. But then if it ended up that they responded to it in a way where they actually got quite upset, or like it, you know, triggered some uncomfortable emotions in them, then and that wasn't something that they expected, then that in itself is a problem because they didn't consent to share that part of the situation because they thought it wouldn't happen. And again, that's something that you can only really experience by going through therapy and realizing how you're going to react to stuff. And obviously once something's out on the internet, it's there forever. Like even if it's like a small stream, even if you think there's no way that anybody has archived this, I can guarantee you like it is probably archived somewhere. So it's just not worth the risk. And you know, a lot of people who would be thinking about this would probably get a lot of attention on them. So their stuff would definitely be archived. But that's really really problematic because one of the big things that you need to think about in therapy is first of all whether any potential harm that somebody would experience would be, because like therapy is a difficult process. You are probably going to experience some degree of harm going through it. but it's important to weigh up whether that's going to be transient or whether there's a potential for that to be permanent. And like when you're streaming something publicly like that, something that could be transient in a private setting, when one-on-one with a therapist or in a group, that is then broadcast publicly and it stops being transient. It is now permanent. So there's basically just no way to offset that experience from becoming public knowledge, which is too risky. And that in itself also leads to just like a wider thing about the internet, which is just like the second that something is archived, then the second that somebody's probably going to use something against it, use it against somebody, sorry. So like, you know, for example, like if somebody has a really strong emotional reaction or if they share something that's really, really sensitive, it's all just fodder for trolls. It's not worth it. It's not worth sharing it. Like, you know, I'm not being funny, but people get cancelled for the most ridiculous stuff. Like you can play the wrong game or make an off-color joke, and like something that you would do in your day-to-day life that, you know, your friends might be like, you know, you're being a bit silly, like stop being silly. But like, you know, that would be a learning experience and you move on from it. The second that you're doing it publicly on a stream, people will latch onto that. And like when you're going through therapy, you can have reactions that even you aren't expecting. You can uncover things that you weren't anticipating to be there. Like, for example, if you're, I don't know, say for example, if somebody's had like some really, really difficult experiences with like a certain family member, then they might uncover prejudices towards people of that age or people of that gender, for example, that they didn't know that they had. And if that comes out publicly, then even though that's something that they might be able to work through privately and overcome, people are going to latch onto it because the internet is very short. It's got a very short memory and people don't really process the fact that people do actually change. Because like if you're a public figure and your history is documented, people don't see the change because it's gradual, you know? I don't know if that makes any sense. So basically, in short, because of all of this, I don't actually think it would ever be possible to do any kind of like, even like therapeutically informed normal conversation, one-on-one with somebody on a stream like that. But you know, like I said, I'm a research psychologist. I care a lot about ethics and I do a lot of like thinking about ethics and stuff like that. So that's where I'm coming from with this, but I'm not a practitioner. A practitioner may well have a different take on it, but based on the people that I've spoken to in real life about this, they all kind of agree with me. So yeah, obviously if you're doing like some kind of psychoeducation or whatever, that's very, very different. But yeah, anything one-on-one where it's like, you know, it's two people talking and then that's being broadcast out, that's too many ethical lines are being crossed. I didn't want to name any names, Lankuri, and I'm not going to say any names. But yeah. Sorry, I didn't even spot you there. I was like just ranting. How are you doing? I hope you're good. Nobody should be doing therapy on stream ever. Unethical, 100%. See, thank you for proving my point. Thank you for proving my point. And if you don't already follow Psyculturists, absolutely, please, please, please do. He does some really, really cool like watch-alongs with anime and then talks through the psychological concepts that present themselves in the anime. Super, super cool. You're watching 100 Girlfriends and what's the other one? I've forgotten. I'm sorry. I've forgotten what the other one was. I've just been watching the 100 Girlfriends bits. I'm really sorry. Please say what you've been watching recently. But yeah, absolutely go check out his channel if you don't already. Huge difference between psychiatrist and psychologist. Absolutely. I think it's, to be honest, like just in terms of thinking around like professional differences, like so obviously so psychiatrists are primarily medical doctors that are trained in mental health. So their thinking is often kind of rooted in that, you know, this is a problem that needs to be fixed approach. Whereas psychologists take a more like, not holistic necessarily, sometimes it's not, but like they tend to not disregard, but like the biological factors were like, you know, that's a thing for the psychiatrists to deal with. But, you know, we're going to really focus on the psychological stuff. So like your experiences and how you think about things and how you feel and how you respond to stuff. And although a lot of psychiatrists... Oh, I've been X-Files jump scared. Although a lot of psychiatrists are trained in some degree of therapeutic techniques, they are ultimately not therapists. They don't have the deep knowledge on it sometimes. Like, yeah, it makes a big difference. Unfortunately, too many people think a psychiatrist are counseling experts, and when I see certain psychiatrists do therapy on stream and then claims it's not, it makes me cringe because they're using the therapeutic techniques, so it is therapy. Exactly. This is exactly what irritates me about it too. It, like, the first time I came across it, it really, really, really upset me. I'm not gonna lie. It really upset me because, like, to see somebody basically just doing therapy and then sitting there and saying, oh, it's not therapy, that just irritated me to no. I couldn't even. Masking on stream would be insane. The amount of pressure that comes from being vulnerable and playing the role of a streamer. Yeah, definitely. I think that so I haven't watched many of those streams, but I think the one that highlighted that to me in quite an interesting way was the one with Ludwig, because there were times where the interviewer was attempting to like use therapeutic techniques to dig down into things, and then he was like deflecting with humor in a very, very standard streamer way. And then I remember there was this one point where the interviewer was like, hey, why are you deflecting with humor? And Ludwig was like, it's literally just content, we're on stream. And I thought that was very, very I thought that was quite insightful on Ludwig's part, if that makes sense. Yeah. I thought that was quite interesting. Also, hi Tayu, how are you doing? I hope you're good. I'll do it for the content. Please don't. Please don't do it for the content. Workarounds then, interviews with mental health topics, educational content, discussing post to jumpstart conversations. I'm a psychologist. Oh, you're a clinical psychologist. That's so interesting. So I'm wondering and exploring. Yeah, no, definitely. So like psychoeducation, as long as it's presented in a kind of general way, like if you're not, basically, obviously, just like do not give any individual tailored advice. That is just bad practice. But you can kind of say general things, I guess. Like I said, I don't 100% know because I'm not like a practitioner psychologist. I'm a research psychologist. So I'm just a research psychologist that is very interested in the ethics of this kind of thing. But yeah, no, like, you know, presenting information, like general information, doing interviews with other professionals, that would absolutely be fine. Yeah. Or like talking, like what Ed does, talking about the concepts of like the psychological concepts that are embedded within media. That's also, you know, I love that approach. I think that's such a cool approach. Unfortunately, there's an angelification effect with this certain psychiatrist where people think that because mental health talks equals good, then going in deeper is amazing, but you can fundamentally hurt a person when they're being vulnerable. Yeah. And when you call them out, it turns into a huge debate. Yeah, this is the thing. I'm a small little streamer. I'm a small little streamer. And you know, I would be very, very nervous about prodding a large thing like that, you know, which is why I try and avoid naming names. I don't want drama. I'm not interested in it. It's tiring and boring, and I'm not interested. Yeah. But also obviously I've got to think in terms of my own like psychological protection, like, you know, small streamer, potential for a pylon, not necessarily induced by a big one. Yeah. That would be scary, and I wouldn't necessarily know how to manage it. But in my professional life, when I am out in the world not being a magical girl, I call this out. In fact, I highlight it to my students as an example of what you should absolutely never do if you go into practitioner psychology roles. Because there's no consequences there. Like, I have literally stood there and talked to a room full of 90 students that are like studying psychology and been like, yeah, this guy does this. You might have seen his shorts. Do not listen to him. Don't do this. This is terrible behavior. Yeah. trying to make an impact in the various ways that I can, you know. Small little uwu streamer, exactly. Also, to answer, Psydere currently in a national conference speaking about what I do, access voices of individuals with disabilities, and I'm watching Analyzing ReZero, Apothecary Diaries, and 100 Girlfriends. Yes. Thank you so much for the Prime sub conversion into a tier 1 sub. Thank you so much, Oroshiro. Thank you. That sounds so cool. I love that. I want to start doing more stuff like that too. Also, thank you for the follow, Andy Hopeful, as well. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the participant pool. That sounds so cool. I want to start doing more conferences about like, yeah, science communication as well. I'm planning one potentially. We'll see how it goes. The deadline's soon. I need to work with the others on that. Oh dear. But yeah, that sounds so cool. I love that. Yeah. I think Apothecary Diaries was the other one that I was thinking of, but I haven't been watching that because I just want to watch it myself. Yeah. Okay, so I know, ad break. I'm so sorry. I'm stalling until the end of the ad break. I apologize. There's only 2 minutes left. It's fine. Anyway, now that rant is over and we've read half of a paper, I've been going for how long now? Almost 5 hours. Goodness. Remember when I used to stream for like an hour because I couldn't cope beyond that? I've built up my streaming endurance to a ridiculous extent. Yeah. And okay, terrible person, not the right way to phrase it. But yes, sometimes people do act in certain ways and they end up with a big following, and probably the fact that it's unethical and the fact that they have a big following unfortunately interacts, because things that are unethical tend to be interesting because there's something about watching it. A lot of people would watch it and just kind of have some kind of like, oh, there's something weird going on here. But then also a lot of people would watch it and be like, oh, look at this. This is really interesting content. There's some wacky stuff happening. This is so interesting. So I think that is the, I think that might be what drives it. It's good for engagement, you know? And also, you know, like Ed said, the topics are kind of, for lack of a better word, mental health is kind of trendy at the minute, right? Lots of people are talking about it. And if you talk about it, then it's very, very hard for people to feel like they can criticize you, because it's like, well, I'm trying to do stuff about, you know, I'm trying to boost awareness of mental health. So why are you telling me off? You know, why are you causing problems? What, don't you care about mental health? And obviously that's not the logic doesn't add up. But yeah, that is unfortunately the way that it goes. Yeah. You've grown so much, I know. She's falling into degeneracy. Not me. Not the wholesome little say-so psychologist streamer. I could never. Okay, right. It is... Oh, any plans on going to TwitchCon, EU or San Diego? My answer is I don't know. I haven't actually thought about it. I know for a fact that we are thinking about going somewhere, but I don't think it's too far away so far. TwitchCon haven't thought about it, but I would consider it. I just need to look into it. I've never actually looked into what even happens at TwitchCon. You're going to it? Nice. Perhaps. That's very, very tempting. I'm not gonna lie. Things that are unethical tend to be interesting. Okay, now I know what I'm gonna do when I become a streamer. Firstly, I'm gonna divide my viewers into 2 groups. One will be the prison guards and the other will be the prisoners. Please no. Anything but that. Tier list collab? Yeah! Ed, when we do a tier list collab, that sounds fun. I'm down. That sounds fun. Let's go. Can't you telepresence? I mean, I guess technically, but I'm probably, you know, if you're thinking about the little robot thingies that wander around cons with VTubers on them, I'm way too small for that. Like, it's only the people that have like 20k plus followers really that get those. Yeah. Okay. So here's my thinking. Ow, I meant to do that. Here's my thinking. I think it is time for me to have dinner. I'm very, very hungry, and I've also been yapping for like 5 hours now, and we read half of a paper, which isn't good enough. So I think it's time for us to wrap up, perhaps. I'm trying to decide where should we go. How do we feel about going for some software and game development? Or some yapping? Would we prefer or a game? There's too many choices. There's too many people streaming today. What's going on? Okay, you know what? No. Let's go do some software and game development. Let's do that. We're going for code. It's coding time. What was your response regarding TwitchCon? The answer was maybe. I haven't thought about it. I don't know yet. I have not a clue. Did the poll close? I don't know. Husbando, have you done the prediction thingy? Is that done? I've forgotten how it works. I don't know. Wait, manage prediction. Manage prediction, choose outcome. Did Psydere finish the paper? I did not. I'm sorry. There you go. Enjoy your points. I hope you enjoy. We're going to visit Irish John. Well, I was not thinking of Irish John, but we could do actually. Hang on, I think maybe It would be fun to go see Irish John. That'd be fun. I was thinking of Clonk though. I was thinking of Clonk because Clonk is very nice. Clonk is very, very lovely. So I think we should go see Clonk. Let's do that. Okay. Right, there is the raid message. There you go. Or there's the other raid message. As you can see, we're iterating from 0, so I think Clonk will already be plowed. What am I doing? I'm doing this, and then I'm doing this, and then I'm doing... I'm trying to remember how things work. One day I'll actually like learn how to use these kinds of things. Why is this so weird? Okay, there we go. We got there eventually. Okay. So we're going to go say hi to Clonk since we were actually in science and technology today. So I think it makes sense to go to technology, you know? I think that makes sense. That's the plan. Okay. Thank you for the stream. Make sure you get something good to eat and rest up. Thank you. Thank you, Bushy. And thank you all for joining me. Even though I've just been like doing some weird half reading, half yapping combination, it's been fun. And it's been somewhat productive. Probably more productive than if I'd been sat here on my own, to be honest, because I probably would have read half of the paper and then spent the rest of the time staring at the wall. So at least this way it was, you know, entertaining. Thank you all so much for joining us. Thank you. And yeah, I will see you the next time. I don't know when it will be, as always. So if you aren't already following, please absolutely do, because I rely entirely on vibes. If I feel like streaming, then I will. And if I don't, then I won't. And sometimes I might disappear for like a week at a time. And other times I might appear every single day. Who knows? But thank you, everybody. And hopefully I will see you next time. And yeah, thank you all, everybody. Bye. Tomorrow, maybe. Maybe actually. I don't know. It could be. Thank you. Bye. Please be kind to Clonk and the community over there. Please don't be weird. Don't stress me out. No pressure. Bye.